Poems. Preface to the poems. These trifles are collected and republished chiefly with a view to their redemption from the many improvements to which they have been subjected while going at random the rounds of the press. I am naturally anxious that what I have written should circulate as I wrote it, if it circulate at all. In defense of my own taste, nevertheless, it is incumbent upon me to say that I think nothing in this volume of much value to the public, or very creditable to myself. Events not to be controlled have prevented me from making, at any time, any serious effort in what, under happier circumstances, would have been the field of my choice. With me poetry has not been a purpose, but a passion, and the passion should be held in reverence. They cannot at will be excited, with an eye to the paltry compensations, or the more paltry commendations, of mankind. E.A.P. In speaking of the poetic principle, I have no design to be either thorough or profound. While discussing, very much at random, the essentiality of what we call poetry, my principal purpose will be to cite for consideration, some few of those minor English or American poems which best suit my own taste, or which, upon my own fancy, have left the most definite impression. By minor poems I mean, of course, poems of little length. And here, in the beginning, permit me to say a few words in regard to a somewhat peculiar principle, which, whether rightfully or wrongfully, has always had its influence in my own critical estimate of the poem. I hold that a long poem does not exist. I maintain that the phrase, a long poem, is simply a flat contradiction in terms. I need scarcely observe that a poem deserves its title only inasmuch as it excites, by elevating the soul. The value of the poem is in the ratio of this elevating excitement. But all excitements are, through a cycle necessity, transient. That degree of excitement which would entitle a poem to be so called at all, cannot be sustained throughout a composition of any great length. After the lapse of half an hour, at the very utmost, it flags, fails, a revulsion ensues, and then the poem is, in effect, and in fact, no longer such. There are, no doubt, many who have found difficulty in reconciling the critical dictum that the Paradise Lost is to be devoutly admired throughout, with the absolute impossibility of maintaining for it, during perusal, the amount of enthusiasm which that critical dictum would demand. This great work, in fact, is to be regarded as poetical, only when, losing sight of that vital requisite in all works of art, unity, we view it merely as a series of minor poems. If, to preserve its unity, its totality of effect or impression, we read it, as would be necessary, at a single sitting, the result is but a constant alternation of excitement and depression. After a passage of what we feel to be true poetry, there follows, inevitably, a passage of platitude which no critical prejudgment can force us to admire, but if upon completing the work, we read it again, omitting the first book, that is to say, commencing with the second, we shall be surprised at now finding that admirable which we before condemned, that damnable which we had previously so much admired. It follows from all this that the ultimate, aggregate, or absolute effect of even the best epic under the sun, is a nullity, and this is precisely the fact. In regard to the Hyad, we have, if not positive proof, at least very good 889 reason, for believing it intended as a series of lyrics, but, granting the epic intention, I can say only that the work is based in an imperfect sense of art. The modern epic is, of the supposititious ancient model, but an inconsiderate and blindfold imitation. But the day of these artistic anomalies is over. If, at any time, any very long poem were popular in reality, which I doubt, it is at least clear that no very long poem will ever be popular again. That the extent of a poetical work is, caeteris paribus, the measure of its merit, seems undoubtedly, when we thus state it, a proposition sufficiently absurd, yet we are indebted for it to the quarterly reviews. Surely there can be nothing in mere size, abstractly considered there can be nothing in mere bulk, so far as a volume is concerned, which has so continuously elicited admiration from these saturnine pamphlets. A mountain, to be sure, by the mere sentiment of physical magnitude which it conveys, does impress us with a sense of the sublime, but no man is impressed after this. Fashioned by the material grandeur of even the Columbiad, even the Quarterlies have not instructed us to be so impressed by it. As yet, they have not insisted on our estimating Lamartine by the cubic foot, or Pollock by the pound, but what else are we to infer from their continual prating about sustained effort? If, by sustained effort, any little gentleman has accomplished an epic, let us frankly commend him for the effort, if this indeed be a thing commendable, but let us forbear praising the epic on the effort's account. It is to be hoped that common sense, in the time to come, will prefer deciding upon a work of art, rather by the impression it makes by the effect it produces than by the time it took to impress the effect, or by the amount of sustained effort which had been found necessary in effecting the impression. The fact is, that perseverance is one thing and genius quite another, nor can all the Quarterlies in Christendom confound them. By and by, this proposition, with many which I have been just urging, will be received as self-evident. In the meantime, by being generally condemned as falsities, they will not be essentially damaged as truths. On the other hand, it is clear that a poem may be improperly brief. Undue brevity degenerates into mere epigrammatism. A very short poem, while now and then producing a brilliant or vivid, never produces a profound or enduring effect. There must be the steady pressing down of the stamp upon the wax. De Beranger has wrought innumerable things, pungent and spirit-stirring, but, in general, they have been too imponderous to stamp themselves deeply into the public opinion, and thus, as so many feathers of fancy, have been blown aloft only to be whistled down the wind. A remarkable instance of the effect of undue brevity in depressing a poem in keeping it out of the popular view is afforded by the following exquisite little serenade: I arise from dreams of thee in the first sweet sleep of night, when the winds are breathing low, and the stars are shining bright. I arise from dreams of thee, and a spirit in my feet has led me who knows how to thy chamber window, sweet. The wandering airs they faint on the dark, the silent stream, the champak odors fail like sweet thoughts in a dream, the nightingale's complaint, it dies upon her heart. As I must die on thine, oh, beloved as thou art. Oh, lift me from the grass, I die, I faint, I fail. Let thy love in kisses rain on my lips and eyelids pale. My cheek is cold and white, alas. My heart beats loud and fast, oh, press it close to thine again, where it will break at last. Very few, perhaps, are familiar with these lines, yet no less a poet than Shelley is their author. Their warm, yet delicate, and ethereal imagination will be appreciated by all, but by none so thoroughly as by him who has himself arisen from sweet dreams of one beloved, to bathe in the aromatic air of a southern midsummer night. One of the finest poems by Willis, the very best, in my opinion, which he has ever written, has, no doubt, through this same defect of undue brevity, been kept back from its proper position, not less in the critical than in the popular view. The shadows lay along Broadway, 'twas near the twilight tide, and slowly there a lady fair was walking in her pride. Alone walked she, but, viewlessly, walked spirits at her side. Peace charmed the street beneath her feet, and honor charmed the air, and all astir looked kind on her, and called her good as fair. For all God ever gave to her, she kept with chary care. She kept with care her beauties rare from lovers warm and true, for her heart was cold to all but gold, and the rich came not to woo but honored well our charms to sell if priests the selling do. Now walking there was one more fair, a slight girl, lily pale, and she had unseen company to make the spirit quail. Twixt want and scorn she walked forlorn, and nothing could avail. No mercy now can clear her brow for this world's peace to pray, for, as love's wild prayer dissolved in air, her woman's heart gave way one, but the sin forgiven by Christ in heaven by man is cursed alway. In this composition we find it difficult to recognize the Willis who has written so many mere verses of society. The lines are not only richly ideal, but full of energy, while they breathe an earnestness and evident sincerity of sentiment for which we look in vain throughout all the other works of this author. While the epic mania, while the idea that, to merit in poetry, prolixity is indispensable has, for some years past, been gradually dying out of the public mind, by mere dint of its own absurdity, we find it succeeded by a heresy too palpably false to be long tolerated, but one which, in the brief period it has already endured, may be said to have accomplished more in the corruption of our poetical literature than all its other enemies combined. I allude to the heresy of the didactic. It has been assumed, tacitly and avowedly, directly and indirectly, that the ultimate object of all poetry is truth. Every poem, it is said, should inculcate a moral, and by this moral is the poetical merit of the work to be adjudged. We Americans especially have patronized this happy idea, and we Bostonians, very especially, have developed it in full. We have taken it into our heads that to write a poem simply for the poem's sake, and to acknowledge such to have been our design, would be to confess ourselves radically wanting in the true poetic dignity and force, but the simple fact is, that, would we but permit ourselves to look into our own souls, we should immediately there discover that under the sun there neither exists nor can exist any work more thoroughly dignified, more supremely noble than this very poem. This poem per se, this poem which is a poem and nothing more, this poem written solely for the poem's sake, with as deep a reverence for the true as ever inspired the Toscara of man. I would, nevertheless, limit, in some measure, its modes of action. I would limit to enforce them. I would not enfeeble them. B.J. Dissipation. The demands of truth are severe. She has no thremipathy with the myrtles. All that which is so indispensable in song, is precisely all that with which she has nothing whatever to do. It is but making her a flaunting paradox, to wreathe her in gems and flowers. In enforcing a truth, we need severity rather than efflorescence of language. We must be simple, precise, terse. We must be cool, calm, unimpassioned. In a word, we must be in that mood which, as nearly as possible, is the exact converse of the poetical. B must be blind indeed who does not perceive the radical and chasmal differences between the truthful and the poetical modes of inculcation. He must be theory mad beyond redemption who, in spite of these differences, shall still persist in attempting to reconcile the obstinate oils and waters of poetry and truth. Dividing the world of mind into its three most immediately obvious distinctions, we have the pure intellect, taste, and the moral sense. I place taste in the middle, because it is just this position which, in the mind, it occupies. It holds intimate relations with either extreme, but from the moral sense is separated by so faint a difference that Aristotle has not hesitated to place some of its operations among the virtues themselves. Nevertheless, we find the offices of the trio marked with a sufficient distinction. Just as the intellect concerns itself with truth, so taste informs us of the beautiful, while the moral sense is regardful of duty. Of this latter, while conscience teaches the obligation, and reason the expediency, taste contents herself with displaying the charms, waging war upon vice solely on the ground of her deformity, her disproportion, her animosity to the fitting, to the appropriate, to the harmonious, in a word, to beauty. An immortal instinct, deep within the spirit of man, is thus, plainly, a sense of the beautiful. This it is which administers to his delight in the manifold forms, and sounds, and odors, and sentiments amid which he exists. And just as the lily is repeated in the lake, or the eyes of Amaryllis in the mirror, so is the mere oral or written repetition of these forms, and sounds, and colors, and odors, and sentiments, a duplicate source of delight. But this mere repetition is not poetry. He who shall simply sing, with however glowing enthusiasm, or with however vivid a truth of description, of the sights, and sounds, and odors, and colors, and sentiments, which greet him in common with all mankind, he, I say, has yet failed to prove his divine title. There is still a something in the distance which he has been unable to attain. We have still a thirst unquenchable, to allay *, which, he has not shown Ns the crystal springs. This thirst belongs to the immortality of man. It is at once a consequence and an indication of his perennial existence. It is the desire of the moth for the star. It is no mere appreciation of the beauty before us but a wild effort to reach the beauty above. Inspired by an ecstatic prescience of the glories beyond the grave, we struggle, by multiform combinations among the things and thoughts of time, to attain a portion of that loveliness whose very elements, perhaps, appertain to eternity alone. And thus when by poetry or when by music, the most entrancing of the poetic moods we find ourselves melted into tears not as the Abbate Gravia supposes through excess of pleasure, but through a certain petulant, impatient sorrow at our inability to grasp now wholly, here on earth, at once and forever, those divine and rapturous joys, of which through the poem, or through the music, we attain to but brief and indeterminate glimpses. The struggle to apprehend the supernal loveliness, this struggle, on the part of souls fittingly constituted, has given to the world all that which it, the world, has ever been enabled at once to understand and to feel as poetic. The poetic sentiment, of course, may develop itself in various modes in painting, in sculpture, in architecture, in the dance, especially in music, and very peculiarly, and with a wide field, in the composition of the landscape garden. Our present theme, however, has regard only to its manifestation in words. And here let me speak briefly on the topic of rhythm. Contenting myself with the certainty that music, in its various modes of meter, rhythm, and rhyme, is of so vast a moment in poetry as never to be wisely rejected, is so vitally important an adjunct, that he is simply silly who declines its assistance, I will not now pause to maintain its absolute essentiality. It is in music, perhaps, that the soul most nearly attains the great end for which, when inspired by the poetic sentiment, it struggles the creation of supernal beauty. It may be, indeed, that here this sublime end is, now and then, attained in fact. We are often made to feel, with a shivering delight, that from an earthly harp are stricken notes which cannot have been unfamiliar to the angels. And thus there can be little doubt that in the union of poetry with music in its popular sense, we shall find the widest field for the poetic development. The old bards and minzingers had advantages which we do not possess. Thomas Moore, singing his own songs, was, in the most legitimate manner, perfecting them as poems. To recapitulate, then, I would define, in brief, the poetry of words as the rhythmical creation of beauty. Its sole arbiter is taste. With the intellect or with the conscience, it has only collateral relations. Unless incidentally, it has no concern whatever either with duty or with truth. A few words, however, in explanation. That pleasure which is at once 895 the most pure, the most elevating, and the most intense, is derived, I maintain, from the contemplation of the beautiful. In the contemplation of beauty we alone find it possible to attain that pleasurable elevation, or excitement, of the soul, which we recognize as the poetic sentiment, and which is so easily distinguished from truth, which is the satisfaction of the reason, or from passion, which is the excitement of the heart. I make beauty, therefore, using the word as inclusive of the sublime, I make beauty the province of the poem, simply because it is an obvious rule of art that effects should be made to spring as directly as possible from their causes, no one as yet having been weak enough to deny that the peculiar elevation in question is at least most readily attainable in the poem. It by no means follows, however, that the incitements of passion, or the precepts of duty, or even the lessons of truth, may not be introduced into a poem, and with advantage, for they may subserve, incidentally, in various ways, the general purposes of the work, but the true artist will always contrive to tone them down in proper subjection to that beauty which is the atmosphere and the real essence of the poem. I cannot better introduce the few poems which I shall present for your consideration, than by the citation of the proem to Mr. Longfellow's waif. The day is done, and the darkness falls from the wings of night, as a feather is wafted downward from an eagle in his flight. I see the lights of the village gleam through the rain and the mist, and a feeling of sadness comes o'er me, that my soul cannot resist, a feeling of sadness and longing, that is not akin to pain, and resembles sorrow only as the mist resembles the rain. Come, read to me some poem, some simple and heartfelt lay, that shall soothe this restless feeling and banish the thoughts of day. Not from the grand old masters, not from the bards sublime, whose distant footsteps echo through the corridors of time. For, like strains of martial music, their mighty thoughts suggest life's endless toil and endeavor, and tonight I long for rest. Read from some humbler poet, whose songs gushed from his heart, as showers from the clouds of summer, or tears from the eyelids start, who through long days of labor and nights devoid of ease, still heard in his soul the music of wonderful melodies. Such songs have power to quiet the restless pulse of care, and come like the benediction that follows after prayer. Then read from the treasured volume the poem of thy choice, and lend to the rhyme of the poet the beauty of thy voice. And the night shall be filled with music, and the cares, that infest the day, shall fold their tents, like the Arabs, and as silently steal away. With no great range of imagination, these lines have been justly admired for their delicacy of expression. Some of the images are very effective. Nothing can be better than the bards sublime, whose distant footsteps echo through the corridors of time. The idea of the last quatrain is also very effective. The poem, on the whole, however, is chiefly to be admired for the graceful insouciance of its meter, so well in accordance with the character of the sentiments, and especially for the ease of the general maimer. This ease, or naturalness, in a literary style, it has long been the fashion to regard as ease in appearance alone as a point of really difficult attainment. But not so. A natural manner is difficult only to him who should never meddle with it to the unnatural. It is but the result of writing with the understanding, or with the instinct, that the tone, in composition, should always be that which the mass of mankind would adopt and must perpetually vary, of course, with the occasion. The author who, after the fashion of the North American Review, should be, upon occasions, merely quiet, must necessarily, upon many occasions, be simply silly or stupid, and has no more right to be considered easy, or natural, than a Cockney exquisite, or than the Sleeping Beauty in the waxworks. Among the minor poems of Bryant, none has so much impressed me as the one which he entitles June. I quote only a portion of it. There, through the long, long summer hours, the golden light should lie, and thick, young herbs and groups of flowers stand in their beauty by. The oriole should build and tell his love tale, close beside my cell, the idle butterfly should rest him there, and there be heard the housewife bee and humming-bird. And what, if cheerful shouts, at noon, come, from the village scent, or songs of maids, beneath the moon, with fairy laughter blent? And what if, in the evening light, betrothed lovers walk inside of my low monument? I would the lovely scene around might know no sadder sight nor sound. I know I should not see the season's glorious show, nor would its brightness shine for me, nor its wild music flow, but if, around my place of sleep, the friends I love old come to weep, they might not haste to go. Soft airs, and song, and light, and bloom should keep them, lingering by my tomb. These to their softened hearts should bear the thought of what has been, and speak of one who cannot share the gladness of the scene, whose part in all the pomp that fills the circuit of the summer hills, is that his grave is green, and deeply would their hearts rejoice to hear again his living voice. The rhythmical flow, here, is even voluptuous. Nothing could be more melodious. The poem has always affected me in a remarkable manner. The intense melancholy which seems to well up, perforce, to the surface of all the poet's cheerful sayings about his grave, we find thrilling us to the soul. WMLE There is the truest poetic devotion in the thrill. The imprisoned left is one of a pleasurable sadness. And if, in the remaining compositions which I shall introduce to you, there be more or less of a similar tone always apparent, let me remind you that, How or why we know not, this certain taint of sadness is inseparably connected with all the higher manifestations of true beauty. It is, nevertheless, a feeling of sadness and longing, that is not akin to pain, and resembles sorrow only as the mist resembles the rain. The taint of which I speak is clearly perceptible even in a poem so full of brilliancy and spirit as The Health of Edward C. Pinkney. I fill this cup to one made up of loveliness alone, a woman, of her gentle sex the seeming paragon, to whom the better elements and kindly stars have given a form so fair, that, like the air, 'tis less of earth than heaven. Her every tone is music's own, like those of morning birds, and something more than melody dwells ever in her words, the coinage of her heart are they, and from her lips each flows. As one may see the burden be forth issue from the rose. Affections are as thoughts to her, the measures of her hours, her feelings have the fragrancy, the freshness of young flowers, and lovely passions, changing oft, so fill her, she appears the image of themselves by turns. The idol of past years. Of her bright face one glance will trace a picture on the brain. And of her voice in echoing hearts a sound must long remain, but memory, such as mine of her, so very much endears. When death is nigh my latest sigh will not be life's, but hers. I fill this cup to one made up of loveliness alone, a woman, of her gentle so. The poetic principle the seeming paragon her health. And would on earth there stood some more of such a frame, that life might be all poetry, and weariness a name. It was the misfortune of Mr. Pinkney to have been born too far south. Had he been a New Englander, it is probable that he would have been ranked as the first of American lyrists, by that magnanimous cabal which has so long controlled the destinies of American letters, in conducting the thing called the North American Review. The poem just cited is especially beautiful, but the poetic elevation which it induces, we must refer chiefly to our sympathy in the poet's enthusiasm. We pardon his hyperboles for the evident earnestness with which they are uttered. It is by no means my design, however, to expatiate upon the merits of what I should read you. These will necessarily speak for themselves. Boccalini, in his advertisements from Parnassus, tells us that Zoilus once presented Apollo a very caustic criticism upon a very admirable book, whereupon the god asked him for the beauties of the work. He replied that he only busied himself about the errors. On hearing this, Apollo, handing him a sack of unwinnowed wheat, bade him pick out all the chaff for his reward. Now this fable answers very well as a heat at the critics, but I am by no means sure that the god was in the right. I am by no means certain that the true limits of the critical duty are not grossly misunderstood. Excellence, in a poem especially, may be considered in the light of an axiom, which need only be properly put to become self-evident. It is not excellence if it requires to be demonstrated as such, and thus, to point out too particularly the merits of a work of art, is to admit that they are not merits altogether. Among the melodies of Thomas Muir, is one whose distinguished character as a poem proper seems to have been singularly left out of view. I allude to his lines beginning, "Come, rest in this bosom." The intense energy of their expression is not surpassed by anything in Byron. There are two of the lines in which a sentiment is conveyed that embodies the all in all of the divine passion of love, a sentiment which, perhaps, has found its echo in more, and in more passionate, human hearts than any other single sentiment ever embodied in words. Come, rest in this bosom, my own stricken dear. Though the herd have fled from thee, thy home is still here, here still is the smile that no cloud can overcast. And a heart and a hand all thy own to the last. Oh, what was love made for, if * 'tis not the same through joy and through torment, through glory and shame? The works of Edgar Allan Poe I know not, I ask not, if guilt's in that heart, I but know that I love thee, whatever thou art. Thou hast called me thy angel in moments of bliss. And thy angel I'll be, mid the horrors of this, through the furnace, unshrinking, thy steps to pursue, and shield thee, and save thee, or perish thereto. It has been the fashion, of late days, to deny more imagination, while granting him fancy a distinction originating with Coleridge than whom no man more fully comprehended the great powers of Moore. The fact is, that the fancy of this poet so far predominates over all his other faculties, and over the fancy of all other men, as to have induced, very naturally, the idea that he is fanciful only. But never was there a greater mistake. Never was a grosser wrong done the fame of a true poet. In the compass of the English language I can call to mind no poem more profoundly, more weirdly imaginative, in the best sense, than the lines commencing, "I would I were by that dim lake," which are the composition of Thomas Moore. I regret that I am unable to remember them. One of the noblest and, speaking of fancy, one of the most singularly fanciful of modern poets, was Thomas Hood. His Fair Ines had always, for me, an inexpressible charm. Oh, saw ye not fair Ines? She's gone into the west, to dazzle when the sun is down, and rob the world of rest. She took our daylight with her, the smiles that we love best, with morning blushes on her cheek, and pearls upon her breast. Oh, I turn again, fair Ines, before the fall of night, for fear the moon should shine alone, and stars unrivaled bright, and blessed will the lover be that walks beneath their light. And breathes the love against thy cheek I dare not even write. Would I had been, fair Ines, that gallant cavalier, who rode so gaily by thy side, and whispered thee so near. Were there no bonny dames at home, or no true lovers here, that he should cross the seas to win the direst of the dear? The poetic principle I saw thee, lovely Ines, descend along the shore, with bands of noble gentlemen, and banners waved before, and gentle youth and maidens gay, and snowy plumes they wore. It would have been a beauteous dream, if it had been no more. I alas, alas, fair Ines. She went away with song, with music waiting on her steps, and shoutings of the throng, but some were sad and felt no mirth, but only music's wrong, in sounds that sang farewell, farewell, to her you've loved so long. Farewell, farewell, fair Ines, that vessel never bore so fair a lady on its deck, nor danced so light before. Alas for pleasure on the sea, and sorrow on the shore. The smile that blessed one lover's heart has broken many more. The Haunted House / by the same author, is one of the truest poems ever written, one of the truest, one of the most unexceptionable, one of the most thoroughly artistic, both in its theme and in its execution. It is, moreover, powerfully ideal imaginative. I regret that its length renders it unsuitable for the purposes of this lecture. In place of it, permit me to offer the universally appreciated Bridge of Sighs. One more unfortunate, weary of breath, rashly importunate, gone to her death. Take her up tenderly. Lift her with care, fashioned so tenderly, young, and so fair. Look at her garments clinging like cerements, whilst the wave constantly drips from her clothing. Take her up instantly, loving, not loathing. Touch her not scornfully, think of her mournfully, gently, and humanly, not of the stains of her. All that remains of her now, is pure womanly. Make no deep scrutiny into her mutiny rash and undutiful. Past all dishonor, death has left on her only the beautiful. Still, for all slips of hers, one of Eve's family wipe those poor ups of hers oozing so clammily. Loop up her tresses escaped from the comb. Her fair auburn tresses, whilst wonderment guesses where was her home. Who was her father? Who was her mother? Had she a sister? Had she a brother? Or was there a dearer one still, and a nearer one yet, than all other? Alas, for the rarity of Christian charity under the sun. It was pitiful, one near a whole city full, home she had none. Sisterly, brotherly, fatherly, motherly feelings had changed, love, by harsh evidence thrown from its eminence, even God's providence seeming estranged. Where the lamps quiver so far in the river, with many a light from window and flow casement, from garret to basement. She stood, with amazement, houseless by night. The bleak wind of March made her tremble and shiver, but not the dark arch, or the black flowing river, mad from life's history, glad to death's mystery, swift to be hurled anywhere, anywhere out of the world. In she plunged boldly. No matter how coldly the rough river ran, over the brink of it. Picture it, think of it, dissolute man. Lave in it, drink of it then, if you can. Take her up tenderly. Lift her with care, fashioned so slenderly, young, and so fair. Ere her limbs frigidly stiffen too rigidly, decently, kindly, smooth, and compose them, and her eyes, close them, staring so blindly. Dreadfully staring through muddy impurity. As when with the daring last look of despairing fixed on futurity. Perishing gloomily, spurred by contumely, cold inhumanity, burning insanity, into her rest cross her hands humbly, as if praying dumbly, over her breast. Owning her weakness, her evil behavior, and leaving, with meekness, her sins to her Saviour. The vigor of this poem is no less remarkable than its pathos. The versification, although carrying the fanciful to the very verge of the fantastic, is nevertheless admirably adapted to the wild insanity which is the thesis of the poem. Among the minor poems of Lord Byron, is one which has never received from the critics the praise which it undoubtedly deserves, though the day of my destiny's over, and the star of my fate hath declined, thy soft heart refused to discover the faults which so many could find, though thy soul with my grief was acquainted. It shrunk not to share it with me, and the love which my spirit hath painted it never hath found but in thee. Then when nature around me is smiling, the last smile which answers to mine, I do not believe it beguiling, because it reminds me of thine, and when winds are at war with the ocean. As the breasts I believed in with me, if their billows excite an emotion, it is that they bear me from thee. Though the rock of my last hope is shivered, and its fragments are sunk in the wave. Though I feel that my soul is delivered to pain, it shall not be its slave. There is many a pang to pursue me, they may crush, but they shall not contemn, they may torture, but shall not subdue me, 'tis of thee that I think not of them. O human, thou didst not deceive me, though woman, thou didst not forsake, though loved, thou forborest to grieve me, though slandered, thou never couldst shake, though trusted, thou didst not disclaim me, though parted, it was not to fly, though watchful, 'twas not to defame me, nor mute, that the worm might belie. Yet I blame not the world for, nor despise it, nor the war of the my with one if my soul was not fitted to prize it, 'twas folly not sooner to own, and if dearly that error hath cost me, and more than I once could foresee, I have found that whatever it lost me, it could not derive me of thee. 905 From the wreck of the past, which hath perished, thus much I at least may recall, it hath taught me that which I most cherished deserved to be dearest of all. In the desert a fountain is springing, in the wide waste there still is a tree, and a bird in the solitude singing, which speaks to my spirit of thee. Although the rhythm here is one of the most difficult, the versification could scarcely be improved. No nobler theme ever engaged the pen of poet. It is the soul elevating idea, that no man can consider himself entitled to complain of fate while, in his adversity, he still retains the unwavering love of woman. From Alfred Tennyson. Although in perfect sincerity I regard him as the noblest poet that ever lived, I have left myself time to cite only a very brief specimen. I call him, and think him the noblest of poets not because the impressions he produces are, at all times, the most profound, not because the poetical excitement which he induces is, at all times, the most intense, but because it is, at all times, the most ethereal, in other words, the most elevating and the most pure. No poet is so little of the earth, earthy. What I am about to read is from his last long poem, The Princess. Tears, idle tears, I know not what they mean. Tears from the depth of some divine despair rise in the heart, and gather to the eyes, in looking on the happy autumn fields, and thinking of the days that are no more. Fresh as the first beam glittering on a sail that brings our friends up from the underworld, sad as the last which reddens over one that sinks with all we love below the verge, so sad, so fresh, the days that are no more. Ah, sad and strange as in dark summer dawns the earliest pipe of half-awakened birds to dying ears, when unto dying eyes the casement slowly grows a glimmering square, so sad, so strange, the days that are no more. Dear as remembered misses after death, and sweet as those by lopeless fancy feigned on lips that are for others, deep as love, deep as first love, and illed with all regret, O death in life, the DSS that are no more. I thus, although in a very cursoify and imperfect manner, I have endeavored to convey to you my conception of the poetic principle. It has been my purpose to suggest that, while this principle itself is, strictly and simply, the human aspiration for supernal beauty, the manifestation of the principle is always found in an elevating excitement of the soul quite independent of that passion which is the intoxication of the heart or of that truth which is the satisfaction of the reason. For, in regard to passion, alas, its tendency is to degrade rather than elevate the soul. Love, on the contrary, love the true, the divine Eros, the Uranian, as distinguished from the Dionysian Venus, is unquestionably the purest and truest of all poetical themes. And in regard to truth, if, to be sure, through the attainment of a truth, we are led to perceive a harmony where none was apparent before, we experience, at once, the true poetical effect, but this effect is referable to the harmony alone, and not in the least degree to the truth which merely served to render the harmony manifest. We shall reach, however, more immediately a distinct conception of what the true poetry is, by mere reference to a few of the simple elements which induce in the poet himself the true poetical effect. He recognizes the ambrosia which nourishes his soul, in the bright orbs that shine in heaven, in the volutes of the flower, in the clustering of low shrubberies, in the waving of the grain fields, in the slanting of the tall eastern trees, in the blue distance of mountains, in the grouping of clouds, in the twinkling of half-hidden brooks, in the gleaming of silver rivers, in the repose of sequestered lakes, in the star-mirroring depths of lonely wells. He perceives it in the songs of birds, in the harp of Aeolus, in the sighing of the night wind, in the repining voice of the forest, in the surf that complains to the shore, in the fresh breath of the woods, in the scent of the violet, in the voluptuous perfume of the hyacinth, in the suggestive odor that comes to him, at eventide, from far distant, undiscovered islands, over dim oceans, illimitable and unexplored. He owns it in all noble thoughts, in all unworldly motives, in all holy impulses, in all chivalrous, generous, and self-sacrificing deeds. He feels it in the beauty of woman, in the grace of her step, in the luster of her eye, in the melody of her voice, in her soft laughter, in her sigh, in the harmony of the rustling of her robes. He deeply feels it in her winning endearments, in her burning enthusiasms, in her gentle charities, in her meek and devotional endurances, but above all, far above all, he kneels to it, he worships it in the faith, in the purity, in the strength, in the altogether divine majesty of her love. Let me conclude by the recitation of yet another brief poem, one very different in character from any that I lave before quoted. It is by Motherwell, and is called The Song of the Cavalier. With our modern and altogether rational ideas of the absurdity and impiety of warfare, we are not precisely in that frame of mind best adapted to sympathize with the sentiments, and thus to appreciate the real excellence, of the poem. To do this fully, we must identify ourselves, in fancy, with the soul of the old cavalier. Then mount, brave gallants, all, and don your helms amain, Death's couriers, fame and honor, call us to the field again. No shrewish tears shall fill our eye when the sword hilt's in our hand, heart whole will part and no wit sigh for the fairest of the land, let piping swain, and craven wight, thus weep and puling cry, our business is like men to fight, and hero like to die. The word verse is here used not in its strict or primitive sense, but as the term most convenient for expressing generally and without pedantry all that is involved in the consideration of rhythm, rh3mie, meter, and versification. There is, perhaps, no topic in polite literature which has been more pertinaciously discussed, and there is certainly not one about which so much inaccuracy, confusion, misconception, misrepresentation, mystification, and downright ignorance on all sides, can be fairly said to exist. Were the topic really difficult, or did it lie, even, in the cloudland of metaphysics, where the doubt vapors may be made to assume any and every shape at the will or at the fancy of the gazer, we should have less reason to wonder at all this contradiction and perplexity, but in fact the subject is exceedingly simple. 1/10 of it, possibly, may be called ethical, 9/10, however, appertain to mathematics, and the whole is included within the limits of the commonest common sense. But, if this is the case, how, it will be asked, can so much misunderstanding have arisen? Is it conceivable that 1,000 profound scholars, investigating so very simple a matter for centuries, have not been able to place it in the fullest light, at least, of which it is susceptible? These queries, I confess, are not easily answered. At all events, a satisfactory reply to them might cost more trouble, than would, if properly considered, the whole vexata cumstio to which they have reference. Nevertheless, there is little difficulty or danger in suggesting that the 1,000 profound scholars may have failed, first, because they were scholars, secondly, because they were profound, and thirdly, because they were 1,000, the impotency of the scholarship and profundity having been thus multiplied 1,000-fold. I am serious in these suggestions, for, first again, there is something in scholarship which seduces us into blind worship of Bacon's idol of the thiter, into irrational deference to antiquity. Secondly, the proper profundity is rarely profound. It is the nature of truth in general, as of sown ores in particular, to be richest. When most superficial, thirdly, the dearest subject may be overclouded by mere superabundance of talk. In chemistry, the best way of separating two bodies is to add a third. In speculation, fact often agrees with fact and argument with argument, until a additional well-meaning fact or argument sets everything by the ears in one case out of 100. A point is ssd dimmest because it is ob-re, in the 99/90s. Remaining it is obscure because excessively discussed. When a topic is thus circumstanced, the readiest mode of investigating it is to forget that any previous investigation has been attempted. But, in fact, while much has been written on the Greek and Latin rhythms, and even on the Hebrew, little effort has been made at examining that of any of the modern tongues. As regards the English, comparatively nothing has been done. It may be said, indeed, that we are without a treatise on our own verse. In our ordinary grammars and in our works on rhetoric or prosody in general, may be found occasional chapters, it is true, which have the heading versification, but these are, in stances, exceedingly meager. They pretend to no analysis, they propose nothing like system, they make no attempt at even rule, everything depends upon authority. They are confined, in fact, to mere exemplification of the supposed varieties of English feet and English lines, although in no work with which I am acquainted are these feet correctly given or these lines detailed in anything like their full extent. Yet what has been mentioned is all if we accept the occasional introduction of some pedagogism, such as this, borrowed from the Greek prosodies. When a syllable is wanting, the verse is said to be catalectic. When the measure is exact, the line is acatalectic. When there is a redundant syllable it forms hypermeter. Now whether a line be termed catalectic or acatalectic is, perhaps, a point of no vital importance. It is even possible that the student may be able to decide, promptly, when the a should be employed and when omitted, yet be incognizant, at the same time, of all that is worth knowing in regard to the structure of verse. A leading defect in each of our treatises, if treatises they can be called, is the confining the subject to mere versification, while verse in general, with the understanding given to the term in the heading of this paper, is the real question at issue. Nor am I aware of even one of our grammars which so much as properly defines the word versification itself. Versification, says a work now before me, of which the accuracy is far more than usual, the English Grammar of Gould Brown. Versification is the art of arranging words into lines of correspondent length, so as to produce harmony by the regular alternation of syllables differing in quantity. The commencement of this definition might apply, indeed, to the art of versification, but not versification itself. Versification is not the art of arranging, etc., but the actual arranging, a distinction too obvious to need comment. The error here is identical with one which has been too long permitted to disgrace the initial page of every one of our school grammars. I allude to the definitions of English grammar itself. English grammar, it is said, is the art of speaking and writing the English language correctly. This phraseology, or something essentially similar, is employed, I believe, by Bacon, Miller, Fiske, Greenleaf, Ingersoll, Kirkland, Cooper, Flint, Pugh, Comley, and many others. These gentlemen, it is presumed, adopted it without examination from Murray, who derived it from Lilly, whose work was Quam solam regia majestas in omnibus scholiis docendum per Sisyphus, and who appropriated it without acknowledgement, but with some unimportant modification, from the Latin grammar of Leone. Sinus. It may be shown, however, that this definition, so complacently received, is not, and cannot be, a proper definition of English grammar. A definition is that which so describes its object as to distinguish it from all others. It is no definition of any one thing if its terms are applicable to any one other. But if it be asked, what is the design, the end, the aim of English grammar? Our obvious answer is, the art of speaking and writing the English language correctly, that is to say, we must use the precise words employed as the definition of English grammar itself. But the object to be attained by any means is, assuredly, not the means. English grammar and the end contemplated by English grammar are two matters sufficiently distinct, nor can the one be more reasonably regarded as the other than a fishing hook as a fish. The definition, therefore, which is applicable in the latter instance, cannot, in the former, be true. Grammar in general is the analysis of language, English grammar of the English. But to return to versification as defined in our extract above. It is the art, says the extract, of arranging words into lines of correspondent length. Not so, a correspondence in the length of lines is by no means essential. Pindaric odes are, surely, instances of versification, yet these compositions are noted for extreme diversity in the length of their lines. The arrangement is, moreover, said to be for the purpose of producing harmony by the regular alternation, etc. But harmony is not the sole aim, not even the principal one. In the construction of verse, melody should never be left out of view, yet this is a point which all our prosodies have most unaccountably forborne to touch. Reasoned rules on this topic should form a portion of all systems of rhythm. So as to produce harmony, says the definition, by the regular alternation, etc. A regular alternation, as described, forms no part of any principle of versification. The arrangement of spondees and dactyls, for example, in the Greek hexameter, is an arrangement which may be termed at random. At least it is arbitrary. Without interference with the line as a whole, a dactyl may be substituted for a spondee, or the converse, at any point other than the ultimate and penultimate feet, of which the former is always a spondee, the latter nearly always a dactyl. Here, it is clear, we have no regular alternation of syllables differing in quantity. So as to produce harmony, proceeds the definition, by the regular alternation of syux differing in quantity *, in other words, by the alternotygm of long and short syllables, for in rhythm all syllables are necessarily either short or long. But not only do I deny the necessity of any regularity in the succession of feet and, by consequence, of syllables, but dispute the essentiality of any alternation, regular or irregular, of syllables long and short. Our author, observe, is now engaged in a definition of versification in general, not of English versification in particular. But the Greek and Latin meters abound in the spondee and pyrrhic, the former consisting of 2 long syllables, the latter of 2 short, and there are innumerable instances of the immediate succession of many spondees and many pyrrhics. Here is a passage from Silius Italicus, Fallis te menses interquit credis in mem tot bel hs chiasita viro, tot cedibus armat majestas atima cm, si admoveris ora canas et trivium ante oculos trasimonici busta, et polyster ingentum miraveris umbram. Making the elisions demanded by the classic prosodies, we should scar these hexameters thus: Follis ite men sas interquat credis in ermem /tot bel ilis qui cita 6 rotdt cedibus armat majas itase iterna ducem s admoveris ora. Canas et tribi 1 and taco 16 strazimaniki /busta et pau ili sta orangen turn mi rabris umbram. It will be seen that, in the first and last of these lines, we have only 2 short syllables in 13, with an uninterrupted succession of no less than 9 long syllables. But how are we to reconcile all this with a definition of versification which describes it as the art of arranging words into lines of correspondent length so as to produce harmony by the regular alternation of syllables differing in quantity? It may be urged, however, that our prosodist's intention was to speak of the English meters alone, and that, by omitting all mention of the spondee and pyrrhic, he has virtually avowed their exclusion from our rhythms. A grammarian is never excusable on the ground of good intentions. We demand from him, if from any one, rigorous precision of style. But grant the design. Let us admit that our author, following the example of all authors on English prosody, has, in defining versification at large, intended a definition merely of the English. All these prosodists, we will say, reject the spondee and pyrrhic. Still all admit the iambus, which consists of a short syllable followed by a long, the trochee, which is the converse of the iambus, the dactyl, formed of 1 long syllable followed by 2 short, and the anapest 2 short succeeded by a long. The spondee is improperly rejected, as I shall presently show. The pyrrhic is rightfully dismissed. Its existence in either ancient or modern rhythm is purely chimerical, and the insisting on so perplexing a nonentity as a foot of 2 short syllables, affords, perhaps, the best evidence of the gross irrationality and subservience to authority which characterize our prosody. In the meantime the acknowledged dactyl and anapest are enough to sustain my proposition about the alternation, etc., without reference to feet which are assumed to exist in the Greek and Latin meters alone. For an anapest and a dactyl may meet in the same line, when, of course, we shall have an uninterrupted succession of 4 short syllables. The meeting of these 2 feet, to be sure, is an accident not contemplated in the definition now discussed, for this definition, in demanding a regular alternation of syllables differing in quantity, insists on a regular succession of similar gt. But here is an example: Sing to me, Isabel. This is the opening line of a little ballad now before me, which proceeds in the same rhythm, a peculiarly beautiful one. More than all this, English lines are often well composed, entirely, of a regular succession of syllables all of the same quantity. The first lines, for instance, of the following quatrain by Arthur C. Cox, march, 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 making sounds as they tread. Ho, ho, how they step, going down to the dead. The line italicized is formed of 3 caesuras. The caesura, of which I have much to say hereafter, is rejected by the English prosodies and grossly misrepresented in the classic. It is a perfect foot, the most important in all verse, and consists of a single long syllable, but the length of the syllable varies. It has thus been made evident that there is not one point of the definition in question which does not involve an error. And for anything more satisfactory or more intelligible we shall look in vain to any published treatise on the topic. So general and so total a failure can be referred only to radical misconception. In fact, the English prosodists have blindly followed the pedants. These latter, like les moutons de Fanerge, have been occupied in incessant tumbling into ditches, for the excellent reason that their leaders have so tumbled before. The Iliad, being taken as a starting point, was made to stand instead of nature and common sense. Upon this poem, in place of facts and deduction from fact, or from natural law, were built systems of feet, meters, rhythms, rules, rules that contradict each other every 5 minutes, and for nearly all of which there may be found twice as many exceptions as examples. If anyone has a fancy to be thoroughly confounded to see how far the infatuation of what is termed classical scholarship can lead a bookworm in the manufacture of darkness out of sunshine, let him turn over, for a few moments, any of the German Greek prosodies. The only thing clearly made out in them is a very magnificent contempt for Leibniz's principle of a sufficient reason. To divert attention from the real matter in hand by any farther reference to these works, is unnecessary, and would be weak. I cannot call to mind, at this moment, one essential particular of information that is to be gleaned from them, and I will drop them here with merely this one observation, that, employing from among the numerous ancient feet the spondee, the trochee, the iambus, the anapest, the dactyl, and the caesura alone, I will engage to scan correctly any of the Horatian rhythms, or any true rhythm that human ingenuity can conceive. And this excess of chimerical feet is, perhaps, the very least of the scholastic supererrogations. Ex uno disi omnia. The fact is that quantity is a point in whose investigation the lumber of mere learning may be dispensed with, if ever in any. Its appreciation is universal. It appertains to no region, nor race, nor era in especial. To melody and to harmony the Greeks hearkened with ears precisely similar to those which we employ for similar purposes at present, and I should not be condemned for heresy in asserting that a pendulum at Athens would have vibrated much after the same fashion as does a pendulum in the city of pen. Verse originates in the human enjoyment of equality, fitness. To this enjoyment, also, all the moods of verse rhythm, meter, stanza, rhyme, alliteration, the refrain, and other analogous effects are to be referred. As there are some readers who habitually confound rhythm and meter, it may be as well here to say that the former concerns the character of feet, that is, the arrangements of syllables, while the latter has to do with the number of these feet. Thus, by a dactylic rhythm we express a sequence of dactyls. By a dactylic hexameter we imply a line or measure consisting of 6 of these dactyls. To return to equality. Its idea embraces those of similarity, proportion, identity, repetition, and adaptation or fitness. It might not be very difficult to go even behind the idea of equality, and show both how and why it is that the human nature takes pleasure in it, but such an investigation would, for any purpose now in view, be supererogatory. It is sufficient that the fact is undeniable, the fact that man derives enjoyment from his perception of equality. Let us examine a crystal. We are at once interested by the equality between the sides and between the angles of one of its faces. The equality of the sides pleases us, that of the angles doubles the pleasure. On bringing to view a second face in all respects similar to the first, this pleasure seems to be squared. On bringing to view a third, it appears to be cubed, and so on. I have no doubt, indeed, that the delight experienced, if measurable, would be found to have exact mathematical relations such as I suggest, that is to say, as far as a certain point, beyond which there would be a decrease in similar relations. The perception of pleasure in the equality of sounds is the principle of music. Unpracticed ears can appreciate only simple equalities, such as are found in ballad airs. While comparing one simple sound with another they are too much occupied to be capable of comparing the equality subsisting between these two simple sounds, taken conjointly, and two other similar simple sounds taken conjointly. Practiced ears, on the other hand, appreciate both equalities at the same instant, although it is absurd to suppose that both are heard at the same instant. One is heard and appreciated from itself, the other is heard by the memory, and the instant glides into and is confounded with the secondary, appreciation. Highly cultivated musical taste in this manner enjoys not only these double equalities, all appreciated at once, but takes pleasurable cognizance, through memory, of equalities the members of which occur at intervals so great that the uncultivated taste loses them altogether. That this latter can properly estimate or decide on the merits of what is called scientific music, is of course impossible. But scientific music has no claim to intrinsic excellence. It is fit for scientific ears alone. In its excess it is the triumph of the physique over the morale of music. The sentiment is overwhelmed by the sense. On the whole, the advocates of a simpler melody and harmony have infinitely the best of the argument, although there has been very little of real argument on the subject. In verse, which cannot be better designated than as an inferior or less capable music, there is, happily, little chance for perplexity. Its rigidly simple character not even science, not even pedantry can greatly pervert. The rudiment of verse may, possibly, be found in the spondee. The very germ of a thought seeking satisfaction in equality of sound, would result in the construction of words of 2 syllables, equally accented. In corroboration of this idea we find that spondees most abound in the most ancient tongues. The second step we can easily suppose to be the comparison, that is to say, the collocation, of 2 spondees of 2 words composed each of a spondee. The third step would be the juxtaposition of 3 of these words. By this time the perception of monotone would induce farther consideration, and thus arises what Leigh Hunt so flounders in discussing under the title of the principle of variety in uniformity. Of course there is no principle in the case nor in maintaining it. The uniformity is the principle, the variety is but the principle's natural safeguard from self-destruction by excess of self. Uniformity, besides, is the very worst word that could have been chosen for the expression of the general idea at which it aims. The perception of monotone having given rise to an attempt at its relief. The first thought in this new direction would be that of collating 2 or more words formed each of 2 syllables differently accented, that is to say, short and long, but having the same order in each word, in other terms, of collating 2 or more iambuses, or 2 or more trochees. And here let me pause to assert that more pitiable nonsense has been written on the topic of long and short syllables than on any other subject under the sun. In general, a syllable is long or short, just as it is difficult or easy of enunciation. The natural long syllables are those encumbered, the natural short syllables are those unencumbered, with consonants, all the rest is mere artificiality and jargon. The Latin prosodies have a rule that a vowel before 2 consonants is long. This rule is deduced from authority, that is, from the observation that vowels so circumstanced, in the ancient poems, are always in syllables long by the laws of scansion. The philosophy of the rule is untouched, and lies simply in the physical difficulty of giving voice to such syllables, of performing the lingual evolutions necessary for their utterance. Of course, it is not the vowel's low that is long, although the rule says so, but the syllable of which the vowel is a part. It will be seen that the length of a syllable, depending on the facility or difficulty of its enunciation, must have great variation in various syllables, but for the purposes of verse we suppose a long syllable equal to 2 short ones, and the natural deviation from this relativeness we correct in perusal. The more closely our long syllables approach this relation with our short ones, the better, caeteris paribus, will be our verse, but if the relation does not exist of itself, we force it by emphasis, which can, of course, make any syllable as long as desired, or, by an effort we can pronounce with unnatural brevity a syllable that is naturally too long. Accented syllables are of course always long, but, where, encumbered with consonants, must be classed among the unnaturally long. Mere custom has declared that we shall accent them, that is to say, dwell upon them, but no inevitable lingual difficulty forces us to do so. In line, every long syllable must of its own accord occupy in its utterance, or must be made to occupy, precisely the time demanded for 2 short ones. The only exception to this rule is found in the caesura, of which more anon. The success of the experiment with the trochees or iambus, the one would have suggested the other, must have led to a trial of dactyls or anapests, natural dactyls or anapests, dactylic or anapestic words. And now some degree of complexity has been attained. There is an appreciation, first, of the equality between the several dactyls, or anapests, and, secondly, of that between the long syllable and the 2 short conjointly. but here it may be said that step after step would have been taken, in continuation of this routine, until all the feet of the Greek prosodies became exhausted. Not so, these remaining feet have no existence except in the brains of the scholiasts. It is needless to imagine JNM inventing these things, and folly to explain how and why they invented them, until it shall be first shown that they are actually invented. All other feet than those which I have specified, are, if not impossible at first view, merely combinations of the specified, and, although this assertion is rigidly true, I will, to avoid misunderstanding, put it in a somewhat different shape. I will say, then, that at present I am aware of no rhythm, nor do I believe that any one can be constructed which, in its last analysis, will not be found to consist altogether of the feet I have mentioned, either existing in their individual and obvious condition, or interwoven with each other in accordance with simple natural laws which I will endeavor to point out hereafter. We have now gone so far as to suppose men constructing indefinite sequences of spondaic, iambic, trochaic, dactylic, or anapestic words. In extending the sequences, they would be again arrested by the sense of monotone. A succession of spondees would immediately have displeased, one of iambuses or of trochees, on account of the variety included within the foot itself, would have taken longer to displease, one of dactyls or anapests, still longer, but even the last, if extended very far, must have become wearisome. The idea, first, of curtailing, and, secondly, of defining the length of a sequence, would thus at once have arisen. Here then is the line, or verse proper. The principle of equality being constantly at the bottom of the whole process, lines would naturally be made, in the first instance, equal in the number of their feet. In the second instance, there would be variation in the mere number, one line would be twice as long as another, then one would be some less obvious multiple of another, then still less obvious proportions would be adopted, nevertheless there would be proportion, that is to say, a phase of equality, still. Lines being once introduced, the necessity of distinctly defining these lines to the ear, as yet written verse does not exist, would lead to a scrutiny of their capabilities at their terminations, and now would spring up the idea of equality in sound between the final syllables, in other words, of time. First, it would be used only in the iambic, anapestic, and spondaic rhythms, granting that the latter had not been thrown aside, long since, on account of its tameness, because in these rhythms, the concluding syllable being long, could best sustain the necessary protraction of the voice. No great while could elapse, however, before the effect, found pleasant as well as useful, would be applied to the two remaining rhythms. But as the chief force of rhyme must lie in the accented syllable, the attempt to create rhyme at all in these two remaining rhjrthms, the trochaic and dactylic, would necessarily result in double end. Verse, from the Latin vardere to turn, is so called on account of the turning or reominctent of the series of feet. Thus a verse, strictly speaking, is a line. In this smiths, however, I have preferred using the niter word alone, implagading e former in the gmerla. Triple rhymes, such as beauty with duty, trochaic, and beautigel with dutiful, dactylic. It must be observed, that in suggesting these processes, I assign them no date, nor do I even insist upon their order. Rhyme is supposed to be of modern origin, and were this proved, my positions remain untouched. I may say, however, in passing, that several instances of rhyme occur in the clouds of Aristophanes, and that the Roman poets occasionally employ it. There is an effective species of ancient rhyming which has never descended to the moderns, that in which the ultimate and penultimate syllables rhyme with each other. For example, parturiunt montes et nascitur andiculus mus. And again, litores ingens inventa sub illici and wsus. The terminations of Hebrew verse, as far as understood, show no signs of rhyme, but what thinking person can doubt that it did actually exist? That men have so obstinately and blindly insisted, in general, even up to The present day, in confining rhyme to the ends of lines, when its effect is even better applicable elsewhere, intimates, in my opinion, the sense of some necessity in the connection of the end with the rhyme, hints that the origin of rhyme lay in a necessity which connected it with the end. Shows that neither mere accident nor mere fancy gave rise to the connection, points, in a word, at the very necessity which I have suggested, that of some mode of defining lines to the ear, as the true origin of rhyme. Admit this, and we throw the origin far back in the night of time beyond the origin of written verse. But, to resume, the amount of complexity I have now supposed to be attained is very considerable. Various systems of equalization are appreciated at once, or nearly so, in their respective values and in the value of each system with reference to all the others. As our present ultimatum of complexity, we have arrived at triple-rhymed, natural dactylic lines, existing proportionally as well as equally with regard to other triple-rhymed, natural dactylic lines. For example, virginal Lilian, rigidly, humblily, dutiful, saintlily, lowlily, thrillingly, wholly beautiful. Here we appreciate, first, the absolute equality between the long syllable of each dactyl and the two short conjointly, secondly, the absolute equality between each dactyl and any other dactyl, in other words, among all the dactyls, thirdly, the absolute equality between the two middle lines, fourthly, the absolute equality between the first line and the three others taken conjointly, fifthly, the absolute equality between the last two syllables of the respective words mutiful and beautiful, sixthly, the absolute equality between the two last syllables of the respective words dowlily and holily, seventhly, the proximate equality between the first syllable of dutiful and the first syllable of beautiful, eighthly, the proximate equality between the first syllable of lowlily and that of holily, ninthly, the proportional equality, that of 5:1, between the first line and each of its members, the dactyls, tenthly, the proportional equality, that of 2:1, between each of the middle lines and its members, the dactyls, eleventhly, the proportional equal ity between the first line and each of the two middle, that of 5:2, twelfthly, the proportional equality between the first line and the last, that of 5:1, thirteenthly, the proportional equality between each of the middle lines and the last, that of 2:1, lastly, the proportional equality, as concerns number, between all the lines, taken collectively, and any individual line, that of 4:1 *. The consideration of this last equality would give birth immediately to the idea of stanza, that is to say, the insulation of lines into equal or obviously proportional masses. In its primitive, which was also its best, form, the stanza would most probably have had absolute unity. In other words, the removal of any one of its lines would have rendered it imperfect, as in the case above, where, if the last line, for example, be taken away, there is left no rhyme to the dutiful of the first. Modern stanza is excessively loose and where so, ineffective, as a matter of course. Now, although in the deliberate written statement which I have here given of these various systems of equalities, there seems to be an infinity of complexity, so much that it is hard to conceive the mind taking cognizance of them all in the brief period occupied by the perusal or recital of the stanza, yet the difficulty is in fact apparent only when we will it to become so. Any one fond of mental experiment may satisfy himself, by trial, that, in listening to the lines, he does actually, although with a seeming unconsciousness, on account of the rapid evolutions of sensation, recognize and instantaneously appreciate, more or less intensely as his ear is cultivated, each and all of the equalizations detailed. The pleasure received, or receivable, has very much such progressive increase, and in very nearly such mathematical relations, as those which I have suggested in the case of the crystal. It will be observed that I speak of merely approximate equality between the first syllable of dutiful and that of beautiful, and it may be asked why we cannot imagine the earliest rhymes to have had absolute instead of proximate equality of sound. But absolute equality would have involved the use of identical words, and it is the duplicate sameness or 1a stanza is often vulgarly, and with gross inappropriety, called a verse. Monotony that of sense as well as that of sound which would have caused these rhymes to be rejected in the very first instance. The narrowness of the limits within which verse composed of natural feet alone must necessarily have been confined, would have led, after a very brief interval, to the trial and immediate adoption of artificial feet, that is to say, of feet not constituted each of a single word, but two or even three words, or of parts of words. These feet would be intermingled with natural ones. For example, a breath can make them as a breath has made. This is an iambic line in which each iambus is formed of two words. Again, the on imagma bli might of Jove. This is an iambic line in which the first foot is formed of a word and a part of a word, the second and third, of parts taken from the body or interior of a word, the fourth, of a part and a whole, the fifth, of two complete words. There are no natural feet in either lines. Again, can it be fancied that deity ever vindictively made in his one image a mannequin merely to madden it? These are two dactylic lines in which we find natural feet, deity, mannequin, feet composed of two words, fancied that, image a. Merely to madden it, feet composed of three words, can it be made in his, a foot composed of a part of a word, dictively, and a foot composed of a word and a part of a word, ever ven. And now, in our supposititious progress, we have gone so far as to exhaust all the essentialities of verse. What follows may, strictly speaking, be regarded as embellishment merely, but even in this embellishment, the rudimental sense of equality would have been the never-ceasing impulse. It would, for example, be simply in seeking farther administration to the sense that men would come, in time, to think of the refrain or burden, where, at the closes of the several stanzas of a poem, one word or phrase is repeated, and of alliteration, in whose simplest form a consonant is repeated in the commencements of various words. This effect would be extended so as to embrace repetitions both of vowels and of consonants, in the bodies as well as in the beginnings of words, and, at a later period would be made to infringe on the province of rhyme, by the introduction of general similarity of sound between whole feet occurring in the body of a line, all of which modifications I have exemplified in the line above. I fade in his mage a mannequin twirly to madden it. Farther cultivation would improve also the refrain by relieving its monotone in slightly varying the phrase at each repetition, or, as I have attempted to do in the Raven, in retaining the phrase and varying its application, although this latter point is not strictly a rhythmical effect alone. Finally, poets when fairly wearied with following precedent following it the more closely the less they perceived it in company with reason would adventure so far as to indulge in positive rhyme at other points than the ends of lines. First, they would put it in the middle of the line, then at some point where the multiple would be less obvious, then, alarmed at their own audacity, they would undo all their work by cutting these lines in two. And here is the fruitful source of the infinity of short meter, by which modern poetry, if not distinguished, is at least disgraced. It would require a high degree, indeed, both of cultivation and of courage, on the part of any versifier, to enable him to place his rhymes, and let them remain at unquestionably their best position, that of unusual and unanticipated intervals. On account of the stupidity of some people, or, if talent be a more respectable word, on account of their talent for misconception, I think it necessary to add here, first, that I believe the processes above detailed to be nearly if not accurately those which did occur in the gradual creation of what we now call verse. Secondly, that, although I so believe, I yet urge neither the assumed fact nor my belief in it as a part of the true propositions of this paper. Thirdly, that in regard to the aim of this paper, it is of no consequence whether these processes did occur either in the order I have assigned them, or at all, my design being simply, in presenting a general type of what such processes might have been and must have resembled, to help them, the some people, to an easy understanding of what I have farther to say on the topic of verse. There is one point which, in my summary of the processes, I have purposely forborne to touch, because this point, being the most important of all, on account of the immensity of error usually involved in its consideration, would have led me into a series of detail inconsistent with the object of a summary. Every reader of verse must have observed how seldom it happens that even any one line proceeds uniformly with a succession, such as I have supposed, of absolutely equal feet, that is to say, with a succession of iambuses only, or of trochees only, or of dactyls only, or of anapests only, or of spondees only. Even in the most musical lines we find the succession interrupted. The iambic pentameters of Pope, for example, will be found, on examination, frequently varied by trochees in the beginning, or by, what seem to be, anapests in the body, of the line. 5h Though q what ver ti one ti please thine ear, Dean dra peer big staff or ghoul iver whether j thou choose Cervantes se rias air or laugh and shake in rab laeasy chair, j. Were anyone weak enough to refer to the prosodies for the solution of the difficulty here, he would find it solved as usual by a rule, stating the fact, or what it, the rule, supposes to be the fact, but without the slightest attempt at the rationale, by a synoarrests of the two short syllables. Say the books, an anapest may sometimes be employed for an iambus, or a dactyl for a trochee. Asterisk 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 in the beginning of a line a trochee is often used for an iambus, blending is the plain English for synresis but there should be no blending, neither is an anapest ever employed for an iambus, or a dactyl for a trochee. These feet differ in time, and no feet so differing can ever be legitimately used in the same line. An anapest is equal to 4 short syllables, an iambus only to 3. Dactyls and trochees hold the same relation. The principle of equality in verse admits, it is true, of variation at certain points, for the relief of monotone, as I have already shown, but the point of time is that point which, being the rudimental one, must never be tampered with at all. To explain, in farther efforts for the relief of monotone than those to which I have alluded in the summary, men soon came to see that there was no absolute necessity for adhering to the precise number of syllables, provided the time required for the whole foot was preserved inviolate. They saw, for instance, that in such a line as or laugh and shake in rab easeasy chair, the equalization of the 3 syllables laea with the 2 syllables composing any of the other feet, could be readily effected by pronouncing the 2 syllables la in double quick time. By pronouncing each of the syllables e and la twice as rapidly as the syllable sy, or the syllable in, or any other syllable, they could bring the 2 of them, taken together, to the length, that is to say, to the time, of any one short syllable. This consideration enabled them to effect the agreeable variation of 3 syllables in place of the uniform 2. And variation was the object, variation to the ear. What sense is there, then, in supposing this object rendered null by the blending of the 2 syllables so as to render them, in absolute effect, 1? Of course, there must be no blending. Each syllable must be pronounced as distinctly as possible, or the variation is lost, but with twice the rapidity in which the ordinary syllable is enunciated. That the syllables la*ea do not compose an anapsest is evident, and the signs, AAA, of their accentuation are erroneous. The foot might be written thus, AAA, the inverted crescents expressing double quick time, and might be called a bastard iambus. Here is a trochaic line, see the delicate-footed remdesr. The prosodies, that is to say, the most considerate of them would here decide that delicate is a dactyl used in place of a trochee, and would refer to what they call their rule, for justification. Others, varying the stupidity, would insist upon a Procrustean adjustment thus, delicate, an adjustment recommended to all such words as silvery, murmuring, etc., which, it is said, should be not only pronounced, but written silvery, murmuring, and so on, whenever they find themselves in trochaic predicament. I have only to say that delicate, when circumstanced as above, is neither a dactyl nor a dactyls equivalent, that I would suggest for it this, AAA, accentuation, that I think it as well to call it a bastard trochee. and that all words, at all events, should be written and pronounced in full, and as nearly as possible as nature intended them. About 11 years ago, there appeared in the American Monthly Magazine, then edited, I believe, by Messrs. Hoffman and Benjamin, a review of Mr. Willis' poems, the critic putting forth his strength or his weakness, in an endeavor to show that the poet was either absurdly affected, or grossly ignorant of the laws of verse, the accusation being based altogether on the fact that Mr. W. made occasional use of this very word delicate, and other similar words, in the heroic measure, which every one knew consisted of feet of 2 syllables. Mr. W. has often, for example, such lines as that binds him to a woman's delicate love in the gay sunshine, reverent in the storm with its invisible fingers my loose hair. Here, of course, the feet like ate love, verent in, and Siddlefin, are bastard iambuses, are not anapaests, and are not improperly used. Their employment, on the contrary, by Mr. Willis, is but one of the innumerable instances he has given of keen sensibility in all those matters of taste which may be classed under the general head of fanciful embellishment. It is also about 11 years ago, if I am not mistaken, since Mr. Horne, of England, the author of Orion, one of the noblest epics in any language, thought it necessary to preface his Chaucer modernized by a very long and evidently a very elaborate essay, of which the greater portion was occupied in a discussion of the seemingly anomalous foot of which we have been speaking. Mr. Horne upholds Chaucer in its frequent use, maintains his superiority, on account of his so frequently using it, over all English versifiers, and, indignantly repelling the common idea of those who make verse on their fingers, that the superfluous syllable is a roughness and an error, very chivalrously makes battle for it as a grace. That a grace it is, there can be no doubt, and what I complain of is, that the author of the most happily versified long poem in existence, should have been under the necessity of discussing this grace merely as a grace. Through 40 or 50 vague pages, solely because of his inability to show how and why it is a grace, by which showing the question would have been settled in an instant. About the trochee used for an iambus, as we see in the beginning of the line. Whether thou choose Cervantes' serious air, there is little that need be said. It brings me to the general proposition that in all rhythms, the prevalent or distinctive feet may be varied at will, and nearly at random, by the occasional introduction of equivalent feet, that is to say, feet the sum of whose syllabic times is equal to the sum of the syllabic times of the distinctive feet. Thus the trochee whether is equal in the sum of the times of its syllables, to the iambus, thou choose, in the sum of the times of its syllables, each foot being, in time, equal to 3 short syllables. Good versifiers, who happen to be, also, good poets, contrive to relieve the monotone of a series of feet, by the use of equivalent feet only at rare intervals, and at such points of their subject as seem in accordance with the startling character of the variation. Nothing of this care is seen in the line quoted above, although Pope has some fine instances of the duplicate effect. Where vehemence is to be strongly expressed, I am not sure that we should be wrong in venturing on 2 consecutive equivalent feet, although I cannot say that I have ever known the adventure made, except in the following passage, which occurs in Al-Araf, a boyish poem, written by myself when a boy. I am referring to the sudden and rapid advent of a star. Dim was its little disk, and angel eyes alone could see the phantom in the skies. When first the phantom's course was found to be headlong o'er the starry sea. In the percent-eneral proposition above, I speak of the occasional introduction of equivalent feet. It sometimes happens that unskillful versifiers, without knowing what they do, or why they do it, introduce so many variations as to exceed in number the distinctive feet, when the ear becomes at once balked by the bouleversement of the rhythm. Too many trochees, for example, inserted in an iambic rhythm, would convert the latter to a trochaic. I may note here, that, in all cases, the rhythm designed should be commenced and continued, without variation, until the ear has had full time to comprehend what is the rhythm. In violation of a rule so obviously founded in common sense, many even of our best poets, do not scruple to begin an iambic rhythm with a trochee, or the converse, or a dactylic with an anapest, or the converse, and so on. A somewhat less objectionable error, although still a decided one, is that of commencing a rhythm, not with a different equivalent foot, but with a bastard foot of the rhythm intended. For example, many a J thought will come to memory. Here mania is what I have explained to be a bastard trochee, and to be understood should be accented with inverted crescents. It is objectionable solely on account of its position as the opening foot of a trochaic rhythm. Memory, similarly accented, is also a bastard trochee, but not objectionable, although by no means demanded. The farther illustration of this point will enable me to take an important step. One of the finest poets, Mr. Christopher Pease Cranch, begins a very beautiful poem thus: "Many are the thoughts that come to me in my lonely musing, and they drift so strange and swift there's no time for choosing which to follow, for to leave any, seems a losing." Losing to Mr. Cranch, of course, but this en passant. It will be seen here that the intention is trochaic, although we do not see this intention by the opening foot, as we should do, or even by the opening line. Reading the whole stanza, however, we perceive the trochaic rhythm as the general design, and so, after some reflection, we divide the first line thus: "Many are the thoughts that come to me." Thus scanned, the line will seem musical. It is highly so. And it is because there is no end to instances of just such lines of apparently incomprehensible music, that Coleridge thought proper to invent his nonsensical system of what he calls scanning by accents, as if scanning by AC sense were anything more than a phrase. Wherever Christabel is really not rough, it can be as readily scanned by the true laws, not the supposititious rules, of verse as can the simplest pentameter of Pope, and where it is rough, pass him, these same laws will enable any one of common sense to show why it is rough, and to point out, instantaneously, the remedy for the roughness. A reads and reards a certain line, and pronounces it false in rhythm unmusical. B, however, reads it to A, and for is at once struck with the perfection of the rhythm, and wonders at his dullness in not catching it before. Henceforward he admits the line to be musical. B, triumphant, asserts that, to be sure, the line is musical, for it is the work of Coleridge, and that it is A who is not, the fault being in A's false reading. Now here A is right and B wrong. That rhythm is erroneous, at some point or other more or less obvious, which any ordinary reader can, without the sign, read improperly. It is the business of the poet so to construct his line that the intention must be caught at once. Even when these men have precisely the same understanding of a sentence, they differ, and often widely, in their modes of enunciating it. Anyone who has taken the trouble to examine the topic of emphasis, by which I here mean not accent of particular syllables, but the dwelling on entire words, must have seen that men emphasize in the most singularly arbitrary manner. There are certain large classes of people, for example, who persist in emphasizing their monosyllables. Little uniformity of emphasis prevails, because the thing itself, the idea, emphasis, is referable to no natural, at least to no well comprehended and therefore uniform, law. Beyond a very narrow and vague limit, the whole matter is conventionality. And if we differ in emphasis even when we agree in comprehension, how much more so in the former when in the latter too? Apart, however, from the consideration of natural disagreement, is it not clear that, by tripping here and mouthing there, any sequence of words may be twisted into any species of rhythm? But are we thence to deduce that all sequences of words are rhythmical in a rational understanding of the term? For this is the deduction, precisely to which the reductio ad absurdum will, in the end, bring all the propositions of Coleridge. Out of 100 readers of Christabel 50 will be able to make nothing of its rhythm, while 49 of the remaining 50 will, with some ado, fancy they comprehend it, after the fourth or fifth perusal. The one out of the whole 100 who shall both comprehend and admire it at first sight must be an unaccountably clever person, and I am by far too modest to assume, for a moment, that that very clever person is myself. In illustration of what is here advanced, I cannot do better than quote a poem: peas porridge hot, peas porridge cold, peas porridge in the pot 9 days old. Now those of my readers who have never heard this poem pronounced according to the nursery conventionality, will find its rhythm as obscure as an explanatory note, while those who have heard it, will divide it thus, declare it musical, and wonder how there can be any doubt about it. Peas porridge j hot, peas porridge cold, peas / porridge in the pot 9 / days old. The chief thing in the way of this species of rhythm, is the necessity which it imposes upon the poet of travelling in constant company with his compositions, so as to be ready, at a moment's notice, to avail himself of a well-understood poetical license, that of reading aloud one's own dog. Errol. In Mr. Cranch's line, many are the one thoughts that / come to one me, the general error of which I speak is, of course, very partially exemplified, and the purpose for which, chiefly, I cite it, lies yet farther on in our topic. The two divisions thoughts that, and come to, are ordinary trochees. Of the last division me, we will talk hereafter. The first division, many are the, would be thus accented by the Greek prosodies, many are the, and would be called by them aid pokoiog. The Latin books would style the foot psian primus y, and both Greek and Latin would swear that it was composed of a trochee and what they term a pyrrhic, that is to say, a foot of 2 short syllables d, thing that cannot be, as I shall presently show. But now, there is an obvious difficulty. The astrologos, according to the prosodies' own showing, is equal to 5 short syllables, and the trochee to 3, yet, in the line quoted, these 2 feet are equal. They occupy precisely the same time. In fact, the whole music of the line depends upon their being made to occupy the same time. The prosodies, then, have demonstrated what all mathematicians have stupidly failed in demonstrating, that 3 and 5 are one and the same thing. After what I have already said, however, about the bastard trochee and the bastard iambus, no one can have any trouble in understanding that many are the is of similar character. It is merely a bolder variation than usual from the routine of trochees, and introduces to the bastard trochee one additional syllable. But this syllable is not short. That is, it is not short in the sense of *shorf as applied to the final syllable of the ordinary trochee, where the word means merely the half of long. In this case, that of the additional syllable, short, if used at all, must be used in the sense of the sixth of long. And all the 3 final syllables can be called short only with the same understanding of the term. The 3 together are equal only to the 1 short syllable, whose place they supply, of the ordinary trochee. It follows that there is no sense in thus accenting these syllables. We must devise for them some new character which shall denote the sixth of long. Let it be, c, the crescent placed with the curve to the left. The whole foot, many are the, might be called a quick trochee. We come now to the final division me, of Mr. Cranch's line. It is clear that this foot, short as it appears, is fully equal in time to each of the preceding. It is in fact the caesura, the foot which, in the beginning of this paper, I called the most important in all verse. Its chief office is that of pause or termination, and here at the end of a line its use is easy, because there is no danger of misapprehending its value. We pause on it, by a seeming necessity, just as long as it has taken us to pronounce the preceding feet, whether iambuses, trochees, dactyls, or anapests. It is thus a variable foot, and, with some care, may be well introduced into the body of a line, as in a little poem of great beauty by Mrs. Welby, I have a lit I stepson of only 3 years old. Here we dwell on the caesura, son, just as long as it requires us to pronounce either of the preceding or succeeding iambuses. Its value, therefore, in this line, is that of 3 short syllables. In the following dactylic line its value is that of 4 short syllables. Pale as a lily was Emily Gray. I have accentuated the caesura with a dotted line, by way of expressing this variability of value. I observed just now that there could be no such foot as one of two short syllables. What we start from in the very beginning of all idea on the topic of verse, is quantity, length. Thus when we enunciate an independent syllable it is long, as a matter of course. If we enunciate two, dwelling on both equally, we express equality in the enumeration, or length, and have a right to call them two long syllables. If we dwell on one more than the other, we have also a right to call one short, because it is short in relation to the other. But if we dwell on both equally and with a tripping voice, saying to ourselves here are two short syllables, the query might well be asked of us in relation to what are they short. Shortness is but the negation of length. To say, then, that two syllables, placed independently of any other syllable, are short, is merely to say that they have no positive length, or enunciation, in other words that they are no syllables, that they do not exist at all. And if, persisting, we add anything about their equality, we are merely floundering in the idea of an identical equation, where, x being equal to x, nothing is shown to be equal to 0. In a word, we can form no conception of a Pyrrhic as of an independent foot. It is a mere chimera bred in the mad fancy of a pedant. From what I have said about the equalization of the several feet of a line, it must not be deduced that any necessity for equality in time exists between the rhythm of several lines. A poem, or even a stanza, may begin with iambuses, in the first line, and proceed with anapaests in the second, or even with the less accordant dactyls, as in the opening of quite a pretty specimen of verse by Miss Mary A. S. Aldrich. The WA1 Turley leaps 1 in pride down in the depth of the J Azure /me /here Azure is a spondee, equivalent to a dactyl, like a caesura. I shall now best proceed in quoting the initial lines of Byron's Bride of Abydos. Know ye the land where the cypress and myrtle are emblems of deeds that are done in their clime, where the rage of the vulture, the love of the turtle now melt into softness, now madden to crime? Know ye the land of the cedar and vine, where the flowers ever blossom, the beams ever shine, and the light wings of Zephyr, oppressed with perfume, wax faint o'er the gardens of Ghoul in their bloom? Where the citron and olive are fairest of fruit, and the voice of the nightingale never is mute, where the virgins are soft as the roses they twine, and all save the spirit of man is divine. 'Tis the land of the east, 'tis the clime of the sun, can he smile on such deeds as his children have done? Oh, wild as the accents of lovers' farewell are the hearts that they bear and the tales that they tell. Now the flow of these lines, as times go, is very sweet and musical. They have been often admired, and justly as times go, that is to say, it is a rare thing to find better versification of its kind. And where verse is pleasant to the ear, it is silly to find fault with it because it refuses to be scanned. Yet I have heard men, professing to be scholars, who made no scruple of abusing these lines of Byron's on the ground that they were musical in spite of all law. Other gentlemen, not scholars, abused all law for the same reason, and it occurred neither to the one party nor to the other that the law about which they were disputing might possibly be no law at all, an ass of a law in the skin of a lion. The grammars said something about dactylic lines, and it was easily seen that these lines were at least meant for dactylic. The first one was, therefore, thus divided: know ye the land where the cypress and myrtle. The concluding foot was a mystery, but the prosodies said something about the dactylic measure, calling now and then for a double rhyme, and the court of inquiry were content to rest in the double rhyme, without exactly perceiving what a double rhm had to do with the question of an irregular foot. Quitting the first line, the second was thus scanned: are emblems of deeds that are done in their clime. It was immediately seen, however, that this would not do. It was at war with the whole emphasis of the reading. It could not be supposed that Byron, or any one in his senses, intended to place stress upon such monosyllables as are, of, and there, nor could their clime, collated with to crime, in the corresponding line below, be fairly twisted into anything like a double rhyme, so as to bring everything within the Category of the grammars. But farther these grammars spoke not. The inquirers, therefore, in spite of their sense of harmony in the lines, when considered without reference to scansion, fell back upon the idea that the R was a blunder, an excess for which the poet should be sent to Coventry, and, striking it out, they scanned the remainder of the line. As follows, emblems of deeds that are done in their clime. This answered pretty well, but the grammars admitted no such foot as a foot of one syllable, and besides the rhythm was dactylic. In despair, the books are well searched, however, and at last the investigators are gratified by a full solution of the riddle in the profound observation quoted in the beginning of this article: when a syllable is wanting, the verse is said to be catalectic; when the measure is exact, the line is acatalectic. When there is a redundant syllable it forms hypermeter. This is enough. The anomalous line is pronounced to be catalectic at the head and to form hypermeter at the tail, and so on, it being soon discovered that nearly all the remaining lines are in a similar predicament, and that what flows so smoothly to the ear, although so roughly to the eye, is, after all, a mere jumble of catalecticism, acatalecticism, and hypermeter, not to say worse. Now, had this court of inquiry been in possession of even the shadow of the philosophy of verse, they would have had no trouble in reconciling this oil and water of the eye and ear, by merely scanning the passage without reference to lines, and, continuously, thus, know ye the land where the cypress and one myrtle are emblems of deeds that are done in their clime, where the rage of the vulture, the love of the turtle, now I melt into softness, now madden to crime. Know ye the jay land of the cedar and vine, where the flowers ever blossom, the beams ever shine, where the eye light wings of zephyr op pressed by pergam wax faint o'er the gardens of ghoul in their bloom, where the citron and olive are fairest of fruit, and the voice of the nightingale never is mute, where the one virgins are soft as the roses they twine. J all save the spirit of man is vine. 'Tis the land of the one east, 'tis the one clime of the one sun. Can he one smile on such eye deeds as his eye children have done? Ok, wild as the accents of lovers farewell are the eye hearts that they bear, and the tales that they tell. Here crime and tell, italicized, are caesuras, each having the value of a dactyl, 4 short syllables, while wax/twine and dun are spondees, which, of course, being composed of 2 long syllables, are also equal to 4 short, and are the dactyl's natural equivalent. The nicety of Byron's ear has led him into a succession of feet which, with 2 trivial exceptions as regards melody, are absolutely accurate. Very rare occurrence this in dactylic or anapestic rhythms. The exceptions are found in the spondee whine and the dactyl, smile on suck / both feet are false in point of melody. In whine and to make out the rhythm, we must force into a length which it will not naturally bear. We are called on to sacrifice either the proper length of the syllable as demanded by its position as a member of a spondee, or the customary accentuation of the word in conversation. There is no hesitation, and should be none. We at once give up the sound for the sense, and the rhythm is imperfect. In this instance it is very slightly so, not one person in 10,000 could, by ear, detect the inaccuracy. But the perfection of verse, as regards melody, consists in its never demanding any such sacrifice as is here demanded. The rhythmical must agree thoroughly with the reading flow. This perfection has in no instance been attained, but is unquestionably attainable. Smile on such / the dactyl, is incorrect, because from the character of the 2 consonants ch, cannot easily be enunciated in the ordinary time of a short syllable, which its position declares that it is. Almost every reader will be able to appreciate the slight difficulty here, and yet the error is by no means so important as that of the n in the spondee. By dexterity we may pronounce in the true time, but the attempt to remedy the rhythmical deficiency of the end by drawing it out, merely aggravates the offense against natural enunciation, by directing attention to the offense. My main object, however, in quoting these lines, is to show that, in spite of the prosodies, the length of a line is entirely an arbitrary matter. We might divide the commencement of Byron's poem thus: know ye the land where the, or thus: know ye the land where the cypress and, or thus: know ye the land where the one cypress and j myrtle are, or thus: know ye the land where the cypress and myrtle are emblems of. In short, we may give it any division we please, and the lines will be good provided we have at least 2 feet in a line. As in mathematics 2 units are required to form number, so rhythm, from the Greek epiphlexog, number, demands for its formation at least 2 feet. Beyond doubt, we often see such lines as know ye the land where the lines of 1 foot, and our prosodies admit such, but with impropriety. For common sense would dictate that every so obvious division of a poem as is made by a line, should include within itself all that is necessary for its own comprehension, but in a line of 1 foot we can have no appreciation of rhythm which depends upon the equality between 2 or more pulsations. The false lines, consisting sometimes of a single caesura, which are seen in mock Pindaric odes, are of course rhythmical only in connection with some other line, and it is this want of independent rhythm which adapts them to the purposes of burlesque alone. Their effect is that of incongruity, the principle of mirth, for they include the blankness of prose amid the harmony of verse. My second object in quoting Byron's lines, was that of showing how absurd it often is to cite a single line from amid the body of a poem, for the purpose of instancing the perfection or imperfection of the line's rhythm. Were we to see by itself know ye the land where the cypress and myrtle, we might justly condemn it as defective in the final foot, which is equal to only 3, instead of being equal to 4, short syllables. In the foot flowers ever asterisk we shall find a further exemplification of the principle of the bastard iambus, bastard trochee, and quick trochee, as I have been at some pains in describing these feet above. All the prosodies on English verse would insist upon making an elision in flowers / thus, but this is nonsense. In the quick trochee md and y are the occurring in mr. Cranch's trochaic line, we had to equalize the time of the 3 syllables r, the asterisk to that of the 1 short syllable whose position they usurp. Accordingly each of these syllables is equal to the third of a short syllable, that is to say, the 6th of a long. But in Byron's dactylic rhythm, we have to equalize the time of the 3 syllables ers, ev, f asterisk to that of the 1 long syllable whose position they usurp, or, which is the same thing, of the 2 short. Therefore, the value of each of the syllables asterisk ers, ev, and er is the third of a long. We enunciate them with only half the rapidity we employ in enunciating the 3 final syllables of the quick trochee, which latter is a rare foot. The flowers ever, on the contrary, is as common in the dactylic rhythm as is the bastard trochee in the trochaic, or the bastard iambus in the iambic. We may as well accent it with the curve of the crescent to the right, and call it a bastard dactyl, a bastard anapest, whose nature I now need be at no trouble in explaining, will of course occur, now and then, in an anacistic rhythm. In order to avoid any chance of that confusion which is apt to be introduced in an essay of this kind by too sudden and radical an alteration of the conventionalities to which the reader has been accustomed, I have thought it right to suggest for the accent marks of the bastard trochee, bastard iambus, etc., etc., certain characters which, in merely varying the direction of the ordinary short accent, should imply, what is the fact? That the feet themselves are not new feet, in any proper sense, but simply modifications of the feet, respectively, from which they derive their nannies. Thus a bastard iambus is, in its essentiality, that is to say, in its time, an iambus. The variation lies only in the distribution of this time. The time, for example, occupied by the 1 short, or hal j of long, syllable, in the ordinary iambus, is, in the bastard, spread equally over 2 syllables, which are accordingly the 4th of long. But this fact, the fact of the essentiality, or whole time, of the foot being unchanged, is now so fully before the reader that I may venture to propose, finally, an accentuation which shall answer the real purpose, that is to say, what should be the real purpose of all accentuation, the purpose of expressing to the eye the exact relative value of every syllable employed in verse. I have already shown that enunciation, or length, is the point from which we start. In other words, we begin with a long syllable. This, then, is our unit, and there will be no need of accenting it at all. An unaccented syllable, in a system of accentuation, is to be regarded always as a long syllable. Thus a spondee would be without accent. In an iambus, the first syllable being short, or the half of long, should be accented with a small 2, placed beneath the syllable. The last syllable, being long, should be unaccented. The whole would be thus, control. In a trochee, these AC2 scents would be merely conversed, thus, manly. In a dactyl, each of the two final syllables, being the half of long, should, also, be accented with a small 2 beneath the syllable, and, the first syllable left unaccented. The whole would be thus, happiness. In an anapest we should converse the 2 dactyl, thus, in the land. In the bastard dactyl, each of the 3 con2 alluding syllables being the third of long, should be accented with a small 3 beneath the syllable, and the whole foot would stand thus, flowers ever. 33-8 In the bastard anapest we should converse the bastard dactyl, thus, in the rebound. In the bastard iambus, each of the 2 initial syllables, 333 being the fourth of long, should be accented below with a small 4, the whole foot would be thus, in the rain. In the bastard trochee we should converse the bastard iambus, thus, many a. In the quick trochee, each 4 of the 3 concluding syllables, being the sixth of long, should be accented below with a small 6, the whole foot would be thus, many are the. 636 The quick iambus is not yet created, and most probably never will be, for it will be excessively useless, awkward, and liable to misconception, as I have already shown that even the quick trochee is, but, should it appear, we must accent it by conversing the quick trochee. The caesura, being van. Able in length, but always longer than long should be accented above, with a number expressing the length or value of the distinctive foot of the rhythm in which it occurs. Thus a caesura, occurring in a spondaic rhythm, would be accented with a small 2 above the syllable, or, rather, foot. Occurring in a dactylic or anapestic rhythm, we also accent it with the 2, above the foot. Occurring in an iambic rhythm, however, it must be accented, above, with IV2, for this is the relative value of the iambus. Occurring in the trochaic rhythm, we give it, of course, the same accentuation. For the complex VA, however, it would be advisable to substitute the simpler expression, %, which amounts to the same thing. In this system of accentuation Mr. Cranch's lines, quoted above, would thus be written, many are the thoughts that come to me 6G622 in my lonely musing, and they drift so strange and one swift there's no time for choosing 222% which to follow, I for to leave 222 any I seems a losing. 1-22 In the ordinary system the accentuation would be thus, many are the thoughts that come to Jamie in my lonely musing, and they drift so strange and swift. There's no time for choosing which to follow, I for to leave any I seems a losing. It must be observed here that I do not grant this to be the ordinary scansion. On the contrary, I never yet met the man who had the faintest comprehension of the true scanning of these lines, or of such as these. But granting this to be the mode in which our prosodies would divide the feet, they would accentuate the syllables as just above. Now, let any reasonable person compare the 2 modes. The first advantage seen in my mode is that of simplicity of time, labor, and ink saved. Counting the fractions as 2 accents, even, there will be found only 26 accents to the stanza. In the common accentuation there are 41. But admit that all this is a trifle, which it is not, and let us proceed to points of importance. Does the common accentuation express the truth in particular, in general, or in any regard? Is it consistent with itself? Does it convey either to the ignorant or to the scholar a just con? Ception of the rhythm of the lines. Each of these questions must be answered in the negative. The crescents, being precisely similar, must be understood as expressing, all of them, one and the same thing, and so all prosodies have always understood them and wished them to be understood. They express, indeed, short, but this word has all kinds of meanings. It serves to represent, the reader is left to guess when, sometimes the half, sometimes the third, sometimes the fourth, sometimes the sixth of long, while long itself, in the books, is left undefined and undescribed. On the other hand, the horizontal accent, it may be said, expresses sufficiently well and unvaryingly the syllables which are meant to be long. It does nothing of the kind. This horizontal accent is placed over the caesura, wherever, as in the Latin prosodies, the caesura is recognized, as well as over the ordinary long syllable, and implies anything and everything, just as the crescent. But grant that it does express the ordinary long syllables, leaving the caesura out of question, have I not given the identical expression by not employing any expression at all? In a word, while the prosodies, with a certain number of accents express precisely nothing whatever, I, with scarcely half the number, have expressed everything. Which, in a system of accentuation, demands expression. In glancing at my mode in the lines of Mr. Cranch, it will be seen that it conveys not only the exact relation of the syllables and feet, among themselves, in those particular lines, but their precise value in relation to any other existing or conceivable feet or syllables in any existing or conceivable system of rhythm. The object of what we call scansion is the distinct marking of the rhythmical flow. Scansion with accents or perpendicular lines between the feet, that is to say, scansion by the voice only, is scansion to the ear only, and all very good in its way. The written scansion addresses the ear through the eye. In either case the object is the distinct marking of the rhythmical, musical, or reading flow. There can be no other object, and there is none. Of course, then, the scansion and the reading flow should go hand in hand. The former must agree with the latter. The former represents and expresses the latter, and is good or bad as it truly or falsely represents and expresses it. If by the written scansion of a line we are not enabled to perceive any rhythm or music in the line, then either the line is unrhythmical or the scansion false. Apply all this to the English lines which we have quoted, at various points, in the course of this article. It will be found that the scansion exactly conveys the rhythm, and thus thoroughly fulfills the only purpose for which scansion is required. But let the scansion of the schools be applied to the Greek and Latin verse, and what result do we find? That the verse is one thing and the scaneion quite another. The ancient verse, read aloud, is in general musical, and occasionally very musical. Scanned by the prosodial rules we can, for the most part, make nothing of it whatever. In the case of the English verse, the more emphatically we dwell on the divisions between the feet, the more distinct is our perception of the kind of rhythm intended. In the case of the Greek and Latin, the more we dwell the less distinct is this perception. To make this clear by an example, Maecenas, Atavis edit regibus, 0, et presidium et dulce decus meum, sunt quos curriculo pulverum olympicum collegius juvat, medici fervides evitata rods, palmac nobilis terrarum dominos evhit ad deos. Now in reading these lines, there is scarcely one person in 1,000 who, if even ignorant of Latin, will not immediately feel and appreciate their flow, their music. A prosodist, however, informs the public that the scansion runs thus: mis nas atavis edit regibus /oeti precidi etj dulce de one cosmium sunt quos one curriculo pulver 0 olympicum collegius juvat medici fervides. Evi itata rotis palmac nobilis terrarum domi nos evhit one ad deos. Now I do not deny that we get a certain sort of music from the lines if we read them according to this scansion, but I wish to call attention to the fact that this scansion, and the certain sort of music which grows out of it, are entirely at war not only with the reading flow which any ordinary person would naturally give the lines, but with the reading flow universally given them, and never denied them, by even the most obstinate and stolid of scholars. And now these questions are forced upon us: why exists this discrepancy between the modern verse with its scansion, and the ancient verse with its scansion? Why, in the former case, are there agreement and representation, while in the latter there is neither the one nor the other? Or, to come to the point, how are we to reconcile the ancient verse with the scholastic scansion of it? This absolutely necessary conciliation shall we bring it about by supposing the scholastic scansion wrong because the ancient verse is right, or by maintaining that the ancient verse is wrong because the scholastic scansion is not to be gainsaid? Were we to adopt the latter mode of arranging the difficulty, we might, in some measure, at least simplify the expression of the arrangement by putting it thus: because the pedants have no eyes, therefore the old poets had no ears. But, say the gentleman without the eyes, the scholastic scansion, although certainly not handed down to us in form from the old poets themselves, the gentleman without the ears, is nevertheless deduced from certain facts which are supplied us by careful observation of the old poems. And let us illustrate this strong position by an example from an American poet who must be a poet of some eminence, or he will not answer the purpose. Let us take Mr. Alfred B. Street. I remember these two lines of his sinuous path, by blazes, wound among trunks grouped in myriads round. With the sense of these lines I have nothing to do. When a poet is in a fine frenzy he may as well imagine a large forest as a small one, and by blazes is not intended for an oath. My concern is with the rhythm, which is iambic. Now let us suppose that, 1,000 years hence, when the American language is dead, a learned prosodist should be deducing, from careful observation of our best poets, a system of scansion for our poetry. And let us suppose that this prosodist had so little dependence in the generality and immutability of the laws of nature, as to assume in the outset, that, because we lived 1,000 years before his time, and made use of steam engines instead of mesmeric balloons, we must therefore have had a very singular fashion of mouthing our vowels, and altogether of Hudsonizing our verse. And let us suppose that with these and other fundamental propositions carefully put away in his brain, he should arrive at the line, among I trunks grouped in myriads round. Finding it an obviously iambic rhythm, he would divide it as above, and observing that trunks made the first member of an iambus, he would call it short, as Mr. Street intended it to be. Now farther, if instead of admitting the possibility that Mr. Street, who by that time would be called Street simply, just as we say Homer, that Mr. Street might have been in the habit of writing carelessly, as the poets of the prosodists' own era did, and as all poets will do, on account of being geniuses, instead of admitting this, suppose the learned scholar should make a rule and put it in a book, to the effect that, in the American verse, the vowel U, when found embedded among 9 consonants, was short. What, under such circumstances, would the sensible people of the scholar's day have a right not only to think but to say of that scholar? Why, that he was a fool by blazes. I have put an extreme case, but it strikes at the root of the error. The rules are grounded in authority, and this authority, can anyone tell us what it means? Or can anyone suggest anything that it may not mean? Is it not clear that the scholar above referred to, might as readily have deduced from authority a totally false system as a partially true one? To deduce from authority a consistent prosody of the ancient meters would indeed have been within the limits of the barest possibility, and the task has not been accomplished, for the reason that it demands a species of ratiocination altogether out of keeping with the brain of a bookworm. A rigid scrutiny will show that the very few rules which have not as many exceptions as examples, are those which have, by accident, their true basis not in authority, but in the omniprevalent laws of syllabification, such, for example, as the rule which declares a vowel before 2 consonants to be long. In a word, the gross confusion and antagonism of the scholastic prosody, as well as its marked inapplicability to the reading flow of the rhythms it pretends to illustrate, are attributable, first, to the utter absence of natural principle as a guide in the investigations which have been undertaken by inadequate men, and secondly, to the neglect of the obvious consideration that the ancient poems, which have been the criteria throughout, were the work of men who must have written as loosely, and with as little definitive system, as ourselves. Were Horace alive today, he would divide for us his first ode thus, and make great eyes when assured by prosodists that he had no business to make any such division. Maecenas Atavis edit 1 regibus J 22 22 22 22 o et pre 1 citium et dulce de cosmium. 22 333 22 22 sunt quos curriculo pulverum 0 Olympicum 22 22 383 22 collegius juvat 1 medici 1 fervides 3332222 evitaterotes palmac 1 nobiles 1 3332222 ter eram dominos ev hit 1 ad deos. 22 22 22 22 read by the scansion, the flow is preserved, and the more we dwell on the divisions, the more the intended rhythm becomes apparent. Moreover, the feet have all the same time, while, in the scholastic scansion, trochees admitted trochees are absurdly employed as equivalents to spondees and dactyls. The books declare, for instance, that collie which begins the fourth line, is a trochee, and seem to be gloriously unconscious that to put a trochee in opposition with a longer foot, is to violate the inviolable principle of all music, time. It will be said, however, by some people, that I have no business to make a dactyl out of such obviously long syllables as sunt quos cur. Certainly I have no business to do so. I never do so. And Horace should not have done so. But he did. M.R. Bryant and M.R. Longfellow do the same thing every day. And merely because these gentlemen, now and then, forget themselves in this way, it would be hard if some future prosodist should insist upon twisting the Thanatopsis, or the Spanish student, into a jumble of trochees, spondees, and dactyls. It may be said, also, by some other people, that in the word decus, I have succeeded no better than the books, in making the scansional agree with the reading flow, and that decus was not pronounced. I reply, that there can be no doubt of the word having been pronounced, in this case, decus. It must be observed, that the Latin inflection, or variation of a word in its terminating syllable, caused the Romans must have caused them to pay greater attention to the termination of a word than to its commencement, or than we do to the terminations of our words. The end of the Latin word established that relation of the word with other words which we establish by prepositions or auxiliary verbs. Therefore, it would seem infinitely less odd to them than it does to us, to dwell at any time, for any slight purpose, abnormally, on a terminating syllable. In verse, this license scarcely a license would be frequently admitted. These ideas unlock the secret of such lines as the and the Leto race engines inventa sub sus, partiriunt montes et nascitors idicanless muse, which I quoted, some time ago, while speaking of rhyme. As regards the prosodial elisions, such as that of ram before zero, in pulverum olympicum, it is really difficult to understand how so dismally silly a notion could have entered the brain even of a pedant. Were it demanded of me why the books cut off one vowel before another, I might say, it is, perhaps, because the books think that, since a bad reader is so apt to slide the one vowel into the other at any rate, it is just as well to print them ready slided. But in the case of the terminating m, which is the most readily pronounced of all consonants, as the infantile mamma will testify, and the most impossible to cheat the ear of by any system of sliding in the case of the w, I should be driven to reply that, to the best of my belief, the prosodists did the thing, because they had a fancy for doing it, and wished to see how funny it would look after it was done. The thinking reader will perceive that, from the great facility with which m may be enunciated, it is admirably suited to form one of the rapid short syllables in the bastard dactyl, pulverum o, but because the books had 3s no conception of a bastard dactyl, they knocked it on the head at once. By cutting off its taille, let me now give a specimen of the true scansion of another Horatian measure embodying an instance of proper elision. Integer vitae Solarisk Purus Z2333 non-edged 1 Mori \Jacules NTK Arca 22388 NEC Venenatis Gravita S Agidis 22333 Fusi Faratri. Here the regular recurrence of the bastard dactyl gives great animation to the rhythm. The E before the A in K Arcu is, almost of sheer necessity, cut off, that is to say, run into the A so as to preserve the spondee. But even this license it would have been better not to take. Had I space, nothing would afford me greater pleasure than to proceed with the scansion of all the ancient rhythms, and to show how easily, by the help of common sense, the intended music of each and all can be rendered instantaneously apparent. But I have already overstepped my limits, and must bring this paper to an end. It will never do, however, to omit all mention of the heroic hexameter. I began the processes by a suggestion of the spondee as the first step toward verse. But the innate monotony of the spondee has caused its disappearance, as the basis of rhythm, from all modern poetry. We may say, indeed, that the French heroic, the most wretchedly monotonous verse in existence, is, to all intents and purposes, spondaic. But it is not designedly spondaic, and if the French were ever to examine it at all, they would no doubt pronounce it iambic. It must be observed that the French language is strangely peculiar in this point, that it is without accentuation, and consequently without verse. The genius of the people, rather than the structure of the tongue, declares that their words are, for the most part, enunciated with a uniform dwelling on each syllable. For example, we say syfabficflotion. A Frenchman would say syllabification, dwelling on no one of the syllables with any noticeable particularity. Here again I put an extreme case, in order to be well understood, but the general fact is as I give it that, comparatively, the French have no accentuation. And there can be nothing worth the name of verse without. Therefore, the French have no verse worth the name, which is the fact, put in sufficiently plain terms. Their iambic rhythm so superabounds in absolute spondees, as to warrant me in calling its basis spondaic, but French is the only modern tongue which has any rhythm with such basis, and even in the French, it is, as I have said, unintentional. Admitting, however, the validity of my suggestion, that the spondee was the first approach to verse, we should expect to find, first, natural spondees, words each forming just a spondee, most abundant in the most ancient languages, and, secondly, we should expect to find spondees forming the basis of the most ancient rhythms. These expectations are in both cases confirmed. Of the Greek hexameter, the intentional basis is spondaic. The dactyls are the variation of the theme. It will be observed that there is no absolute certainty about their points of interposition. The penultimate foot, it is true, is usually a dactyl, but not uniformly so, while the ultimate, on which the ear lingers, is always a spondee. Even that the penultimate is usually a dactyl may be clearly referred to the necessity of winding up with the distinctive spondee. In corroboration of this idea, again, we should look to find the penultimate spondee most usual in the most ancient verse, and, accordingly, we find it more frequent in the Greek than in the Latin hexameter. But besides all this, spondees are not only more prevalent in the heroic hexameter than dactyls, but occur to such an extent as is even unpleasant to modern ears, on account of monotony. What the modern chiefly appreciates and admires in the Greek hexameter, is the melody of the abundant vowel sounds. The Latin hexameters really please very few moderns, although so many pretend to fall into ecstasies about them. In the hexameters quoted, several pages ago, from Silius Italicus, the preponderance of the spondee is strikingly manifest. Besides the natural spondees of the Greek and Latin, numerous artificial ones arise in the verse of these tongues on account of the tendency which inflection has to throw full accentuation on terminal syllables, and the preponderance of the spondee is farther ensured by the comparative infrequency of the small prepositions which we have to serve us instead of case, and also the absence of the diminutive auxiliary verbs with which we have to eke out the expression of our primary ones. These are the monosyllables whose abundance serve to stamp the poetic genius of a language as tripping or dactylic. Now, paying no attention to these facts, Sir Philip Sidney, Professor Longfellow, and innumerable other persons more or less modern, have busied themselves in constructing what they suppose to be English hex ameters on the model of the Greek. The only difficulty was that, even leaving out of question the melodious masses of vowels, these gentlemen never could get their English hexameters to sound Greek. Did they look Greek? That should have been the query, and the reply might have led to a solution of the riddle. In placing a copy of ancient hexameters side by side with a copy, in similar type, of such hexameters as Professor Longfellow, or Professor Felton, or the Frogpondian professors collectively, are in the shameful practice of composing on the model of the Greek, it will be seen that the latter, hexameters, not professors, are about 1/3 longer to the eye, on an average, than the former. The more abundant dactyls make the difference. And it is the greater number of spondees in the Greek than in the English in the ancient than in the modem tongue which has caused it to fall out that while these eminent scholars were groping about in the dark for a Greek hexameter, which is a spondaic rhythm varied now and then by dactyls, they merely stumbled, to the lasting scandal of scholarship, over something which, on account of its long-leggedness, we may as well term a Feltonian hexameter, and which is a dactylic rhythm, interrupted, rarely, by artificial spondees which are no spondee at all, and which are curiously thrown in by the heels at all kinds of improper and impertinent points. Here is a specimen of the Longfellownian hexameter. Also the one church within was domed for one. This was the season in which the young their parents' hope and the one loved ones of heaven should at the foot of the altar renew the vows of their baptism. Therefore each nook and corner was swept and cleaned and the dust was blown from the walls and ceiling and from the oil-painted benches. Mr. Longfellow is a man of imagination, but can he imagine that any individual, with a proper understanding of the danger of lockjaw, would make the attempt of twisting his mouth into the shape necessary for the emission of such spondees as and from the or such dactyls as cleaned and the and loved ones of baptism is by no means a bad spondee, perhaps because it happens to be a dactyl. Of all the rest, however, I am dreadfully ashamed. But these feet dactyls and spondees, all together should thus be put at once into their proper position. Also, the church within was adorned, for this was the season in which the young, their parents' hope, and the loved ones of heaven, should, at the foot of the altar, renew the vows of their baptism. Therefore each nook and corner was swept and cleaned, and the dust was blown from the walls and ceiling, and from the oil-painted benches. There. That is respectable prose, and it will incur no danger of ever getting its character ruined by anybody's mistaking it for verse. But even when we let these modern hexameters go, as Greek, and merely hold them fast in their proper character of Longfellownian, or Feltonian, or Frogpondian, we must still condemn them as having been committed in a radical misconception of the philosophy of verse. The spondee, as I observed, is the theme of the Greek line. Most of the ancient hexameters begin with spondees, for the reason that the spondee is the theme, and the ear is filled with it as with a burden. Now the Feltonian dactylics have, in the same way, dactyls for the theme, and most of them begin with dactyls, which is all very proper if not very Greek, but, unhappily, the one point at which they are very Greek is that point, precisely, at which they should be nothing but Feltonian. They always close with what is meant for a spondee. To be consistently silly, they should die off in a dactyl that a truly Greek hexameter cannot, however, be readily composed in English, is a proposition which I am by no means inclined to admit. I think I could manage the point myself. For example, do tell. When may we hope to make men of sense out of the pundits bomb and brought up with their snouts deep down in the mud of the frog pond? I ask. Whoever yet saw money made out of a fat old Jew, or one downright upright nutmegs out of a pine knot? 942. The proper spondee predominance is here preserved. Some of the dactyls are not so good as I could wish, but, upon the whole, the rhythm is very decent to say nothing of its excellent sense. Miscellaneous poems. The Raven. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of some one gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, "tapping at my chamber door, only this and nothing more." Ah, distinctly I remember it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow, vainly I had sought to borrow from my book surcease of sorrow, sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore, nameless here for evermore. And the silken sad uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before, so that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door, some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is and nothing more." Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. "Sir," said I, "or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore, but the fact is I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you." Here I opened wide the door. Darkness there and nothing more. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortals ever dared to dream before, but the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, "Lenore." This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, "Zenary." Merely this and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning, soon again I heard a tapping, something louder than before. "Surely," said I, "surely that is something at my window lattice, let me see, then, what thereat is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind and nothing more." Open here I flung the shutter, when, with many a flirt and flutter, in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not a minute stopped or stayed he, but, with mien of lord or lady, perched above my chamber door, perched upon a bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, perched and sat, and nothing more. Then this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling. By the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore, "Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou," I said, "art sure no craven, ghastly grim and ancient raven wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore." Quoth the raven, "Nevermore." Much I marvelled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly. Though its answer little meaning, little relevancy bore, for we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast upon the sculptured bust above his chamber door, with such name as Nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on that placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing farther than he uttered, not a feather than he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, "Other friends have flown before, on the morrow he will leave me as my hopes have flown before." Then the bird said, "Nevermore," startled at the stillness broken by reply so aptly spoken. "Doubtless," said I, "what it utters is its only stock and store, caught from some unhappy master whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore." But the raven still beguiling all my sad soul into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door, then, upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy unto fancy, thinking what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking "Nevermore." This I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining on the cushion's velvet lining that the lamplight gloated o'er, but whose velvet violet lining with the lamplight gloating o'er she shall press, ah, nevermore. Then, methought, the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer swung by seraphim whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, I cried, thy God hath lent thee by these angels, he hath sent thee respite and nepenthe from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff, O quaff this kind nepenthe and forget this lost Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil. Prophet still, if bird or devil. Whether tempter sent, or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore, desolate, yet all undaunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil. Prophet still, if bird or devil. By that heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore, tell the soul with sorrow laden if, within the distant Eden, it shall clasp a sainted maiden whom the angels name Lenore. Clasp a rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Be that word our sign of parting, bird or fiend. I shrieked, upstarting, get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. I quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting on the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, and his eyes cave all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming. And the lamplight o'er him streaming throws his shadow on the floor, and my soul from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore. Lenore, ah, broken is the golden bowl. The spirit flown forever. Let the bell toll. A saintly soul floats on the Stygian river. And, guide of ear, hast thou no tear? Weep now or nevermore. See on yon drear and rigid bier low lies thy love, Lenore. Come. Let the burial rite be read, the funeral song be sung. An anthem for the queenliest dead that ever died so young. A dirge for her the doubly dead in that she died so young. Wretches, ye loved her for her wealth and hated her for her pride. And when she fell in feeble health, ye blessed her that she died. How shall the ritual, then, be read? The requiem how be sung by you, by yours, the evil eye, by yours, the slanderous tongue that did to death the innocents that died, and died so young. Peccavimus, but rave not thus. And let a Sabbath song go up to God so solemnly the dead may feel no wrong. The sweet Lenore hath gone before, with hope, that flew beside. Leaving thee wild for the dear child that should have been thy bride for her, the fair and debonair, that now so lowly lies, the life upon her yellow hair but not within her eyes, the life still there, upon her hair the death upon her eyes. Avaunt! Tonight my heart is light. No dirge will I upraise, but waft the angel on her flight with a paean of old days. Let no bell you, lest her sweet soul, amid its hallowed mirth, should catch the note, as it doth float up from the damned earth. To friends above, from fiends below, the indignant ghost is riven from hell unto a high estate far up within the heaven, from grief and groan, to a golden throne, beside the King of heaven. 947 Hymn at morn, at noon, at twilight dim, Maria. Thou hast heard my hymn. In joy and woe, in good and ill, Mother of God, be with me stay you. When the hours flew brightly by, and not a cloud obscured the sky, my soul, lest it should truant be. Thy grace did guide to thine and thee. Now, when storms of fate overcast darkly my present and my past, let my future radiant shine with sweet hopes of thee and thine. A Valentine for her this rhyme is penned, whose luminous eyes, brightly expressive as the twins of Alcida, shall find her own sweet name, that, nestling lies upon the page, enwrapped from every reader. Search narrowly the lines. They hold a treasure divine, a talisman, an amulet that must be worn at heart. Search well the measure, the words, the syllables. Do not forget the trivialest point, or you may lose your labor. And yet there is in this no Gordian knot which one might not undo without a saber, if one could merely comprehend the plot. In written upon the leaf where now are peering eyes scintillating soul, there lie produced 3 eloquent words oft uttered in the hearing of poets, by poets as the name is a poet's too. Its letters, although naturally lying like the night Pinto Mendez Ferdinando, still form a synonym for truth. Cease trying. You will not read the riddle, though you do the best Epa can do. To translate the address, read the first letter of the first line in connection with the second letter of the second line, the third letter of the third line, the fourth of the fourth, and so on to the end. The name will thus appear. The Colosseum type of the antique Rome. Rich reliquary of lofty contemplation left to time by buried centuries of pomp and power. At length after so many days of weary pilgrimage and burning thirst for the springs of lore that in thee lie, I kneel, an altered and an humble man, amid thy shadows, and so drink within my very soul thy grandeur, gloom, and glory. Vastness and age. And memories of eld. Silence. And desolation. And dim night? I feel ya now, I feel ya in your strength. O spells more sure than e'er Judean king taught in the gardens of Gethsemane. O charms more potent than the rapt Chaldee ever drew down from out the quiet stars. Here, where a hero fell, a column falls. Here, where a mimic eagle glared in gold, a midnight vigil holds the swarthy bat. Here, where the dames of Rome their gilded hair waved to the wind, now wave the reed and thistle. Here, where on golden throne the monarch lolled, glides, spectre-like, unto his marble home, lit by the wan light of the horn moon, the swift and silent lizard of the stones. But stay. These walls, these ivy-clad arcades, these mouldering plinths, these sad and blackened shafts, these vague entablatures, this crumbling frieze, these shattered cornices, this wreck, this ruin. These stones, alas! These grey stones, are they all of the famed, and the colossal left by the corrosive hours to fate and me? To Helen not all, the echoes answer me not all. Prophetic sounds and loud arise forever from us, and from all ruin, unto the wise, as melody from Memnon to the Sunday. We rule the hearts of mightiest men, we rule with a despotic sway all giant minds. We are not impotent, we pallid stones. Not all our power is gone, not all our fame, not all the magic of our high renown, not all the wonder that encircles us. Not all the mysteries that in us lie, not all the memories that hang upon and cling around about us as a garment, clothing us in a robe of more than glory. To Helena I saw thee once only years ago, I must not say how many but not many. It was a July midnight, and from out a full-orbed moon, that, like thine own soul, soaring, sought a precipitate pathway up through heaven, there fell a silvery silken veil of light. With quietude, and sultriness, and slumber, upon the upturned faces of 1,000 roses that grew in an enchanted garden, where no wind dared to stir, unless on tiptoe fell on the upturned faces of these roses that gave out, in return for the love light, their odorous souls in an ecstatic death. Fell on the upturned faces of these roses that smiled and died in this parterre, enchanted by thee, and by the poetry of thy presence. Clad all in white, upon a violet bank I saw thee half reclining, while the moon fell on the upturned faces of the roses, and on thine own, upturned alas, in sorrow. Was it not fate that, on this July midnight, was it not fate, whose name is also sorrow, this poem was written for Mrs. Sarah Helen Whitman. Ed. That bade me pause before that garden gate, to breathe the incense of those slumbering roses? No footsteps stirred, the hated world all slept, save only thee and me. Oh, heaven! Oh, God! How my heart beats in coupling those two words. Save only thee and me. I paused, I looked, and in an instant all things disappeared. Ah, bear in mind this garden was enchanted. The pearly luster of the moon went out, the mossy banks and the meandering paths, the happy flowers and the repining trees, were seen no more, the very roses' odors died in the arms of the adoring airs. All expired save thee, save less than thou, save only the divine light in thine eyes, save but the soul in thine uplifted eyes. I saw but them, they were the world to me. I saw but them, saw only them for hours, saw only them until the moon went down. What wild heart histories seemed to lie enwritten upon those crystalline, celestial spheres! How dark a woe! Yet how sublime a hope! How silently serene a sea of pride! How daring an ambition! Yet how deep, how fathomless a capacity for love! But now, at length, dear Diane sank from sight into a western couch of thunder cloud, and thou, a ghost, amid the entombing trees didst glide away. Only thine eyes remained. They would not go, they never yet have gone. Lighting my lonely pathway home that night, they have not left me, as my hopes have, since. They follow me, they lead me through the years. They are my ministers, yet I their slave. Their office is to illumine and enkindle my duty, to be saved by their bright light, and purified in their electric fire, and sanctified in their Elysian fire. They fill my soul with beauty, which is hope, and are far up in heaven the stars I kneel to. In the sad, silent watches of my night, while even in the meridian glare of day I see them still, two sweetly scintillant Venuses, unextinguished by the sun, I too not long ago, the writer of these lines, in the mad pride of intellectuality, maintained the power of words, denied that ever. A thought arose within the human brain beyond the utterance of the human tongue, and now, as if in mockery of that boast, two words, two foreign soft dissyllables, Italian tones, made only to be murmured by angels dreaming in the moonlit dew that hangs like chains of pearl on Hermon Hill, have stirred from out the abysses of his heart, unthought like thoughts that are the souls of thought, richer, far wilder, far diviner visions than even the seraph harper, Israfel, who has the sweetest voice of all God's creatures, could hope to utter. And my spells are broken. The pen falls powerless from my shivering hand. With thy dear name as text, though bidden by thee, I cannot write, I cannot speak or think, alas! I cannot feel, for 'tis not feeling. This standing motionless upon the golden threshold of the wide open gate of dreams, gazing, entranced, adown the gorgeous vista, and thrilling as I see, upon the right, upon the left, and all the way along. Amid unpurpled vapors, far away to where the prospect terminates, the only Olalum, the skies they were ashen and sober, the leaves they were crisped and sere, the leaves they were withering and sere, it was night in the lonesome October. Of my most immemorial year, it was hard by the dim lake of Aubert, in the misty mid-region of Weir, it was down by the dank tarn of Aubert, in the ghoul-haunted woodland of Weir. Here once, through an alley titanic, of cypress, I roamed with my soul of cypress, with Psyche, my soul. These were days when my heart was volcanic as the scory rivers that roll, as the lavas that restlessly roll their sulphurous currents down Yonec in the ultimate climes of the pole. That groan as they roll down Mount Yonec in the realms of the boreal pole. Our talk had been serious and sober, but our thoughts they were palsied and sere, our memories were treacherous and sere, for we knew not the month was October, and we marked not the night of the year. Ah, night of all nights in the year! We noted not the dim lake of Aubert, though once we had journeyed down here, remembered not the dank tarn of Aubert, nor the ghoul-haunted woodland of Weir. And now, as the night was senescent and star-dials pointed to morn, as the star-dials hinted of morn, at the end of our path a leak scent and nebulous luster was born, out of which a miraculous crescent arose with a duplicate horn, Astarte Espidiamonded crescent distinct with its duplicate horn. And I said, she is warmer than Diane, she rolls through an ether of sighs, she revels in a region of sighs, she has seen that the tears are not dry on these cheeks, where the worm never dies. And has come past the stars of the lion to point us the path to the skies, to the Lethean peace of the skies, come up, in despite of the lion, to shine on us with her bright eyes, come up through the lair of the lion, with love in her luminous eyes. But Psyche, uplifting her finger, said, sadly, the star I mistrust, her pallor I strangely mistrust, oh, hasten. Oh, let us not linger. Oh, fly. Let us fly. For we must. In terror she spoke, letting sink her wings until they trailed in the dust. In agony sobbed, letting sink her plumes till they trailed in the dust, till they sorrowfully trailed in the dust. I replied, this is nothing but dreaming, let us on by this tremulous light. Let us bathe in this crystalline light. Its Sibyllic splendor is beaming with hope and in beauty tonight. See! It flickers up the sky through the night. Ah, we safely may trust to its gleaming, and be sure it will lead us aright. We safely may trust to a gleaming that cannot but guide us aright, since it flickers up to heaven through the night. Thus I pacified Psyche and kissed her, and tempted her out of her gloom and conquered her scruples and gloom, and we passed to the end of the vista, but were stopped by the door of a tomb. By the door of a legend tomb, and I said, what is written, sweet sister, on the door of this legend tomb? She replied, Ex Jalalium Olalum, 'tis the vault of thy lost Olalumul. Then my heart it grew ashen and sober as the leaves that were crisped, and sere as the leaves that were withering and sere, and I cried, it was surely October on this very night of last year that I journeyed down here, that I brought a dread burden down here. On this night of all nights in the year, ah, what demon has tempted me here? Well I know, now, this dim lake of Ober, this misty mid-region of Weir, well I know, now, this dank tarn of Ober, this ghoul-haunted woodland of Weir, the bells I hear, the sledges with the bells. Silver bells one, what a world of merriment their melody foretells. How they tinkle, 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 in the icy air of night. While the stars that oversprinkle all the heavens seem to twinkle with a crystalline delight, keeping time, 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 in a sort of runic RH3NNE. To the tintinnabulation that so musically wells from the bells, 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 from the jingling and the tinkling of the bells. To hear the mellow wedding bells, golden bells. What a world of happiness their harmony foretells. Through the balmy air of night how they ring out their delight. From the molten golden notes, and all in tune, what a liquid ditty floats. The bells to the turtle dove that listens, while she gloats on the moon. Oh, from out the sounding cells what a gush of euphony voluminously wells. How it swells! How it dwells on the future! How it tells of the rapture that impels to the swinging and the ringing of the bells, bells, bells. Of the bells, 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 bells to the RH5MIING and the chiming of the bells. I'll hear the loud alarum bells, brazen bells. What a tale of terror, now, their turbulency tells. In the startled ear of night how they scream out their affright, one too much horrified to speak. They can only shriek, shriek. Out of tune, in a clamorous appealing to the mercy of the fire, in a mad expostulation with the deaf and frantic fire, leaping higher, 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 with a desperate desire, and a resolute endeavor now to sit, or never, by the side of the pale-faced moon. Oh, the bells, bells, bells! What a tale their terror tells of despair! How they clang, and clash, and roar! What a horror they outpour on the bosom of the palpitating air! Yet the ear it fully knows, by the twanging, and the clanging. How the danger ebbs and flows, yet the ear distinctly tells, in the jangling and the wrangling, how the danger sinks and swells, by the sinking or the swelling in the anger of the bells of the bells of the bells, 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 bells. Bells, 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 in the clamor and the clangor of the bells. For hear the tolling of the bells, iron bells. What a world of solemn thought their melody compels. In the silence of the night. How we shiver with affright at the melancholy menace of their tone, for every sound that floats from the rust within their throats is a groan. And the people, the people they that dwell up in the steeple, all alone, and who tolling, 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 in that muffled monotone, feel a glory in so rolling on the human heart a stone. They are neither man nor woman, they are neither brute nor human, they are ghouls, and their king it is who tolls, and he rolls, rolls, rolls. Rolls a cean from the bells. And his merry bosom swells with the paean of the bells. And he dances, and he yells, keeping time, 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 in a sort of runic rhyme, to the paean of the bells, keeping time, 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 in a sort of runic rhyme, to the throbbing of the bells. Annabel Lee of the bells, bells, bells to the sobbing of the bells, keeping time, 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 as he knells, 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 in a happy runic rhyme. To the rolling of the bells, bells, bells to the tolling of the bells, 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 bells to the moaning and the groaning of the bells. An enigma seldom we find, says Solomon Don Dunce, half an idea in the profoundest sonnet. Through all the flimsy things we see at once as easily as through a Naples bonnet trash of all trash. How can a lady don it? Yet heavier far than your Petrarchan stuff. All downy nonsense that the faintest puff twirls into trunk paper the while you con it. And, veritably, soul is right enough. The general Tucker manaties are errant bubbles, ephemeral and so transparent, but this is, now, you may depend upon it, stable, opaque, immortal, all by dint of the dear names that lie concealed within T. Annabel Lee. It was many and many a year ago, in a kingdom by the sea, that a maiden there lived whom you may know by the name of Annabel Lee, and this maiden she lived with no other thought than to love and be loved by me. Was a child and she was a child, in this kingdom by the sea, but we loved with a love that was more than love. I and my Annabel Lee, with a love that the winged seraphs of heaven coveted her and me. And this was the reason that, long ago, in this kingdom by the sea, a wind blew out of a cloud, chilling my beautiful Annabel Lee, so that her high-born kinsman came and bore her away from me, to shut her up in a sepulchre in this kingdom by the sea. The angels, not half so happy in heaven, went envying her and me. Yes, that was the reason, as all men know, in this kingdom by the sea, that the wind came out of the cloud by night, chilling and killing my Annabel Lee. But our love, it was stronger by far than the love of those who were older than we, of many far wiser than we, and neither the angels in heaven above, nor the demons down under the sea, can ever dissever my soul from the soul of the beautiful Annabel Lee, for the moon never beams, without bringing me dreams of the beautiful Annabel Lee, and the stars never rise, but I feel the bright eyes of the beautiful Annabel Lee, and so, all the night tide, I lie down by the side of my darling, my life and my bride, in the sepulchre there by the sea, in her tomb by the sounding sea. The Haunted Palace 959. To my mother, because I feel that, in the heavens above, the angels, whispering to one another, can find, among their burning terms of love, none so devotional as that of mother, therefore by that dear name I long have called you, you who are more than mother unto me. And fill my heart of hearts, where death installed you, in setting my Virginia's spirit free. My mother, my own mother, who died early, was but the mother of myself, but you are mother to the one I loved so dearly, and thus are dearer than the mother I knew, by that infinity with which my wife was dearer to my soul than its soul life. The haunted palace in the greenest of our valleys by good angels tenanted, once a fair and stately palace, radiant palace reared its head. In the monarch thought's dominion it stood there. Never seraph spread a pinion over fabric half so fair. Banners yellow, glorious, golden, on its roof did float and flow. All this was in the olden time long ago, and every gentle air that dallied, in that sweet day, along the ramparts plumed and pallid, a winged odor went away. Wanderers in that happy valley, through two luminous windows, saw spirits moving musically, to a lute's well tune-fed law. Round about a throne where, sitting, Porphyrogene, in state his glory well befitting, the ruler of the realm was seen. And all with pearl and ruby glowing was the fair palace door, through which came flowing, 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 and sparkling evermore, a troop of echoes, whose sweet duty was but to sing, in voices of surpassing beauty, the wit and wisdom of their king. But evil things, in robes of sorrow, assailed the monarch's high estate. Ah, let us mourn, for never morrow shall dawn upon him desolate. And round about his home, the glory that blushed and bloomed is but a dim remembered story of the old time entombed. And travelers now, within that valley, through the red-litten windows see vast forms, that move fantastically to a discordant melody, while, like a ghastly rapid river, through the pale door a hideous throng rush out forever and laugh but smile no more. The conqueror worm lo! 'Tis a gala night within the lonesome latter years. An angel throng, booinged, bedight in veils, and drowned in tears, sit in a theatre, to see a play of hopes and fears, while the orchestra breathes fitfully the music of the hay race. The conqueror worm G6I mimes, in the form of God on high, mutter and mumble low, and hither and thither fly mere puppets they, who come and go at bidding of vast formless things that shift the scenery to and fro, flapping from out their condor wings invisible woe. That motley drama, oh, be sure it shall not be forgot, with its phantom chased for evermore, by a crowd that sees it not, through a circle that ever returneth into the self-same spot. And much of madness, and more of sin, and horror the soul of the plot. But see, amid the mimic rout a crawling shape intrude, a blood-red thing that writhes from out the scenic solitude. It writhes. It writhes. With mortal pangs the mimes become its food, and the angels sob at vermin fangs in human gore imbued. Out are the lights out all, and, over each quivering form, the curtain, a funeral pall, comes down with the rush of a storm, and the angels, all pallid and wan, uprising, unveiling, affirm that the play is the tragedy man, and its hero the conqueror worm. Ufssod thou wouldst be loved, then let thy heart from its present pathway part not. I being everything which now thou art, be nothing which thou art not. So with the world thy gentle ways, thy grace, thy more than beauty, shall be an endless theme of praise and love, a simple duty. To one in paradise thou wast that all to me, love, for which my soul did pine, a green isle in the sea, love, a fountain and a shrine, all wreathed with fairy fruits and flowers, and all the flowers were mine. Ah, dream too bright to last! Ah, starry hope, that didst arise but to be overcast! A voice from out the future cries, on, on. But o'er the past, dim gulf, my spirit hovering lies mute, motionless, aghast. For, alas! Alas! With me the light of life is o'er. No more, no more, no more, such language holds the solemn sea to the sands upon the shore, shall bloom the thunder-blasted tree, or the stricken eagle soar. And all my days are trances, and all my nightly dreams are where thy dark eye glances, and where thy footstep gleams in what ethereal dances, by what eternal streams. The city in the sea, the valley of unrest, once it smiled, a silent dell where the people did not dwell, they had gone unto the wars, trusting to the mild-eyed stars, nightly from their azure towers, to keep watch above the flowers, in the midst of which all day the red sunlight lazily lay. Now each visitor shall confess the sad valley's restlessness. Nothing there is motionless, nothing save the airs that brood over the magic solitude. Ah, by no wind are stirred those trees that palpitate like the chill seas around the misty Hebrides. Ah, by no wind those clouds are driven that rustle through the unquiet heaven. Uneasily, from morn till even, over the violets there that lie in myriad types of the human eye, over the lilies there that wave and weep above a nameless gravel they wave, from out their fragrant tops eternal dews come down in drops. They weep, from off their delicate stems perennial tears descend in gems. The city in the sea, lo! Death has reared himself a throne in a strange city lying alone far down within the dim west, where the good and the bad and the worst and the best have gone to their eternal rest. Their shrines and palaces and towers, time-eaten towers that tremble not, resemble nothing that is ours. Around, by lifting winds forgot, resignedly beneath the sky the melancholy waters lie. No rays from the holy heaven come down on the long night time of that town, but light from out the lurid sea streams up the turrets, silently gleams up the pinnacles far and free, up domes, up spires, up kingly halls, up fanes, up Babylon-like walls, up shadowy long-forgotten bowers of sculptured ivy and stone flowers, up many and many a marvelous shrine whose wreathed friezes intertwine the viol, the violet, and the vine. Resignedly beneath the sky the melancholy waters lie. So blend the turrets and shadows there that all seem pendulous in air, while from a proud tower in the town death looks gigantically down. Their open fanes and gaping graves yawn level with the luminous waves, but not the riches there that lie in each idol's diamond eye, not the gaily jeweled dead tempt the waters from their bed, for no ripples curl, alas. Along that wilderness of glass no swellings tell that wines may be. Upon some far-off happier sea no heavings hint that wines have been on seas less hideously serene. But lo, a stir is in the air. The wave there is a movement there. As if the towers had thrust aside, in slightly sinking, the dull tide as if their tops had feebly given. A void within the filmy heaven. The waves have now a redder glow, the hours are breathing faint and low. The sleeper and when, amid no earthly moans, down that town shall settle hence, hell, rising from 1,000 thrones, shall do it reverence. The sleeper at midnight, in the month of June, I stand beneath the mystic moon. An opiate vapor, dewy, dim, exhales from out her golden rim, and, softly dripping, drop by drop, upon the quiet mountain top, steals drowsily and musically into the universal valley. The rosemary nods upon the grave, the lily lolls upon the wave, wrapping the fog about its breast. The ruin moulders into rest, looking like Lethe, see. The lake a conscious slumber seems to take, and would not, for the world, awake. All beauty sleeps. And lo! where lies, her casement open to the skies, Irene, with her destinies. Oh, lady bright? Can it be right this window open to the night? The wanton airs, from the tree top. Laughingly through the lattice drop the bodiless airs, a wizard rout, flit through thy chamber in and out, and wave the curtain canopy so fitfully so carefully above the closed and fringed MD neath which thy slumbering soul lies hid, that, o'er the floor and down the wall, like ghosts the shadows rise and fall. Oh, lady dear, hast thou no fear? Why and what art thou dreaming here? Sure thou art come over far-off seas, a wonder to these garden trees. Strange is thy pallor. Strange thy dress. Strange, above all, thy length of tress, and this all solemn silentness. The lady sleeps. Oh, may her sleep, which is enduring, so be deep. Heaven have her in its sacred keep. This chamber changed for one more holy, this bed for one more melancholy. I pray to God that she may lie forever with unopened eye, while the dim-sheeted ghosts go by. My love, she sleeps. Oh, may her sleep. As it is lasting, so be deep. Soft may the worms about her creep. Far in the forest, dim and old, for her may some tall vault unfold, some vault that oft hath flung its black and winged panels fluttering back, triumphant, o'er the crested palls, of her grand family funerals. Some sepulchre, remote, alone, against whose portal she hath thrown, in childhood, many an idle stone, some tomb from out whose sounding door she ne'er shall force an echo more. Thrilling to think, poor child of sin, it was the dead who groaned within. Silence. There are some qualities, some incorporate things, that have a double life, which thus is made a type of that twin entity which springs from matter and light, evinced in solid and shade. There is a twofold silence, sea and shore, body and soul. One dwells in lonely places, newly with grass o'ergrown, some solemn graces, some human memories and tearful lore render him terrorless, his name's no more. He is the corporate silence, dread him not I. Dreamland, no power hath he of evil in himself, but should some urgent fate, untimely lot, bring thee to meet his shadow, nameless elf, that haunteth the lone regions where hath trod no foot of man, commend thyself to God. A dream within a dream, take this kiss upon the brow. And, in parting from you now, thus much let me avow, you are not wrong, who deem that my days have been a dream. Yet if hope has flown away in a night, or in a day, in a vision, or in none, is it therefore the less gone? All that we see or seem is but a dream within a dream. I stand amid the roar of a surf-tormented shore, and I hold within my hand grains of the golden sand how few. Yet how they creep through my fingers to the deep, while I weep. Zero God. Can I not grasp them with a tighter clasp? O God! Can I not save one from the pitiless wave? Is all that we see or seem but a dream within a dream? Dreamland by a route obscure and lonely, haunted by ill angels only, where an eidolon, named Night, on a black throne reigns upright. I have reached these lands but newly. From an ultimate dim thule, from a wild weird clime that lieth, sublime, out of space, out of time. Bottomless vales and boundless floods, and chasms, and caves, and titan woods, with forms that no man can discover for the dews that drip all over, mountains toppling evermore into seas without a shore, seas that restlessly aspire, surging, unto skies of fire, lakes that endlessly outspread their lone waters, lone and dead, their still waters still and chilly with the snows of the lolling lily. By the lakes that thus outspread their lone waters, lone and dead, their sad waters, sad and chilly with the snows of the lolling lily, by the mountains near the river murmuring lowly, murmuring ever, by the grey woods, by the swamp where the toad and the newt encamp, by the dismal tarns and pools where dwell the ghouls, by each spot the most unholy, in each nook most melancholy, there the traveller meets aghast-sheeted memories of the past, shrouded forms that start and sigh as they pass the wanderer by, white-robed forms of friends long given in agony, to the earth and heaven. For the heart whose woes are legion, 'tis a peaceful, soothing region. For the spirit that walks in shadow, 'tis an Eldorado. But the traveller, travelling through it, may not, dare not openly view it, never its mystai are exposed. Eulalie to the weak human eye unclosed, so wills its king, who hath forbid the uplifting of the fringed lid, and thus the sad soul that here passes beholds it but through darkened glasses. By a route obscure and lonely, haunted by ill angels only, where an eidolon, named Night, on a black throne reigns upright, I have wandered home but newly from this ultimate dim thule. To Zante, fair isle, that from the fairest of all flowers thy gentlest of all gentle names dost take. How many memories of what radiant hours at sight of thee and thine at once awake! How many scenes of what departed bliss! How many thoughts of what entombed hopes! How many visions of a maiden that is no more upon thy verdant slopes! No morel, alas, that magical sad sound transforming all. Thy charms shall please no more. Thy memory no more. A Curzem ground henceforth I hold thy flower enamelled shore, O hyacinthine isle. O purple Zante. Saladoral fier de Levant. Eulalie, I dwelt alone in a world of moan. And my soul was a stagnant tide, till the fair and gentle Eulalie became my blushing bride, till the yellow-haired young Eulalie became my smiling bride. Ah, less bright the stars of night than the eyes of the radiant girl. And never a flake that the vapor can make with the moon tints of purple and pearl, can vie with the modest Eulalie's most unregarded curl, can compare with the bright-eyed Eulalie's most humble and careless curl. Now doubt, now pain come never again, for her soul gives me sigh for sigh. And all day long shines, bright and strong, astart within the sky. While ever to her dear Eulalie upturns her matron eye, while ever to her young Eulalie upturns her violet eye. Eldorado gaily bedight, a gallant knight, in sunshine and in shadow, had journeyed long, singing a song, in search of Eldorado. But he grew old, this knight so bold, and o'er his heart a shadow fell as he found no spot of ground that looked like Eldorado. And, as his strength failed him at length, he met a pilgrim. Shadow, said he, where can it be, this land of Eldorado? Over the mountains of the moon, down the valley of the shadow, ride, boldly ride. Israfel 971. The shade replied, you seek for Eldorado. Israfel, one in heaven a spirit doth dwell, whose heart strings are a lute, none sing so wildly well as the angel Israfel, and the giddy stars, so legends tell, ceasing their hymns, attend the spell of his voice, all mute. Tottering above in her highest noon, the enamored moon blushes with love. While, to listen, the red levin, with the rapid Pleiads, even, which were 7, pauses in heaven. And they say, the starry choir and the other listening things, that is Raphael's fire is owing to that lyre by witty he sits and sings the trembling living wire of those unusual strings. But the skies that angel trod, where deep thoughts are a duty, where love's a grown-up god, where the houri glances are imbued with all the beauty which we worship in a star. Therefore, thou art not wrong, is Raphael, who despisest an unimpassioned song, one, and the angel is Raphael, whose heart strings are a lute, and who has the sweetest voice of all God*s creatures. Keoran. To thee the laurels belong, best bard, because the wisest I merrily live, and long. The ecstasies above with thy burning measures suit thy grief, thy joy, thy hate, thy love, with the fervor of thy lute well may the stars be mute. Yes, heaven is thine, but this is a world of sweets and sours, our flowers are merely flowers. And the shadow of thy perfect bliss is the sunshine of ours. If I could dwell where is Raphael hath dwelt, and he where he might not sing so wildly well a mortal melody. While a bolder note than this might swell from my lyre within the sky. For any thank heaven. The crisis, the danger is past, and the lingering illness is over at last, and the fever called living is conquered at last. Sadly I know I am shorn of my strength, and no muscle I move as I lie at full length, but no matter. I feel I am better at length. And I rest so composed, now, in my bed, that any beholder, for any might fancy me dead, might start at beholding me, thinking me dead. The moaning and groaning, the sighing and sobbing, are quieted now. With that horrible throbbing at heart, that horrible, horrible throbbing. The sickness, the nausea, the pitiless pain have ceased, with the fever that maddened my brain, with the fever called ziving that burned in my brain. And oh! Of all tortures, that torture the worst has abetted the terrible torture of thirst, for the naphthaline river of passion accursed, I have drunk of a water that quenches all thirst, of a water that flows, with a lullaby sound, from a spring but a very few feet underground, from a cavern not very far down underground. And let it never be foolishly said that my room it is gloomy and narrow my bed, for man never slept in a different bed, and, to sleepy you must slumber in just such a bed. My tantalized spirit here blandly reposes, forgetting, or never regretting its roses, its old agitations of myrtles and roses, for now, while so quietly lying, it fancies a holier odor about it, of pansies, a rosemary odor, commingled with pansies, with rue and the beautiful Puritan pansies. And so it lies happily, bathing in many a dream of the truth and the beauty of Annie, drowned in a bath of the tresses of Annie. She tenderly kissed me. She fondly caressed, and then I fell gently to sleep on her breast, deeply to sleep from the heaven of her breast. When the light was extinguished she covered me warm. And she prayed to the angels to keep me from harm, to the Queen of the angels to shield me from harm. And I lie so composedly, now in my bed, knowing her love, that you fancy me dead, and I rest so contentedly, now in my bed, with her love at my breast, that you fancy me dead. Bridal ballad, that you shudder to look at me, thinking me dead, but my heart is brighter than all of the many stars in the sky, for it sparkles with Annie, it glows with the light of the love of my Annie, with the thought of the light of the eyes of my Annie. Do I heed not that my earthly lot hath little of earth in it, that years of love have been forgot in the hatred of a minute, I mourn not that the desolate are happier, sweet, than I, but that you sorrow for my fate, who am a passer-by. Bridal ballad, the ring is on my hand, and the wreath is on my brow, satins and jewels grand are all at my command. And I am happy now. And my lord he loves me well, but when first he breathed his vow I felt my bosom swell, for the words rang as a knell, and the voice seemed MS who fell in the battle down the dell, and who is happy now. But he spoke to reassure me, and he kissed my pallid brow. While a reverie came o'er me, and to the churchyard bore me, and I sighed to him before me, thinking him dead dealer me, oh, I am happy now. And thus the words were spoken. And this the plighted vow. And though my faith be broken, and though my heart be broken, behold the golden token that proves me happy now. Would God I could awaken. For I dream I know not how. And my soul is sorely shaken lest an evil step be taken, lest the dead who is forsaken may not be happy now. To F. Beloved. Amid the earnest woes that crowd around my earthly path, drear path, alas, where grows not even one lonely rose, my soul at least a solace hath. In dreams of thee, and therein knows an Eden of bland repose. And thus thy memory is to me like some enchanted far-off isle in some tumultuous sea, some ocean throbbing far and free with storms, but where meanwhile serenest skies continually just o'er that one bright island smile. An unpublished drama I roam. Hall in a palace. Alessandra and Castiglione. Alessandra, thou art sad, Castiglione. Castiglione, sad? Not I, oh, I'm the happiest man in Rome. A few days more, thou knowest, my Alessandra, will make thee mine. Oh, I am very happy. Alas, methinks thou hast a singular way of showing thy happiness. What ails thee, cousin of mine? Why didst thou sigh so deeply? Did I sigh? I was not conscious of it. It is a fashion, a most silly fashion I have when I am very happy. Did I sigh? Sighing. Alas. Thou didst. Thou art not well. Thou hast indulged too much of late, and I am vexed to see it. Late hours and wine, Castiglione, these will ruin thee. Thou art already altered, thy looks are haggard, nothing so wears away the constitution as late hours and wine. Musing. Nothing, fair cousin, nothing, not even deep sorrow wears it away like evil hours and wine. I will amend. Alas. Do it. I would have thee drop thy riotous company, two fellows low-born 111 suit the like with old Di Broglio's heir and Alessandra's husband asterisk. I will drop them. Alas. Thou wilt, thou must. Attend thou also more to thy dress and equipage, they are overplain for thy lofty rank and fashion, much depends upon appearances. 977. Ill, see to it. Alas, then see to it. Pay more attention, sir, to a becoming carriage, much thou wantest in dignity. Much, oh, much I want in proper dignity. Alas. Haughtily, thou mockest me, sir one Abstractedly. Sweet, gentle Lalage, alas. Heard I aright? I speak to him, he speaks of Lalage. Sir Count. Places her hand on his shoulder. What art thou dreaming? He's not well. What ails thee, sir? Starting. Cousin. Fair cousin. Madam. I crave thy pardon, indeed I am not well, your hand from off my shoulder, if you please. This air is most oppressive. Madam the Duke. Enter Di Broglio. Di Broglio. My son. I've news for thee. Hey? What's the matter? Observing Alessandra. I the pouts? Kiss her, Castiglione. Kiss her. You dog. And make it up, I say, this minute. I've news for you both. Politian is expected hourly in Rome. Politian, Earl of Leicester. We'll have him at the wedding. 'Tis his first visit to the imperial city. Alas. What? Politian of Britain, Earl of Leicester? Di Brog. The same, my love. We'll have him at the wedding. A man quite young in years, but grey in fame. I have not seen him, but rumour speaks of him as of a prodigy preeminent in arts and arms and wealth and high descent. We'll have him at the wedding. Alas. I have heard much of this Politian. Gay, volatile, and giddy is he not? And little given to thinking. Di Brog. Far from it, love. No branch, they say, of all philosophy so deep abstruse he has not mastered it. Learned as few are learned. Alas! 'Tis very strange. I have known men have seen Politian and sought his company. They speak of him as of one who entered madly into life, drinking the cup of pleasure to the dregs. Ca, ridiculous. Now have seen Politian and know him well, nor learned nor mirthful he. He is a dreamer and a man shut out from common passions. De brag. Children, we disagree. Let us go forth and taste the fragrant air of the garden. Did I dream, or did I hear Politian was a melancholy man? Exeunt, to Rome. A lady's apartment, with a window open and looking into a garden. Lalage, in deep mourning, reading at a table on which lie some books and a hand mirror. In the background Jacinta, a servant maid, leans carelessly upon a chair. Lalage. Jacinta. Is it thou? Jacinta. Pertly. Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Lie. I did not know, Jacinta, you were in waiting. Sit down. Let not my presence trouble you, sit down. For I am humble, most humble. Jac. Aside. 'Tis time. Jacinta seats herself in a sidelong manner upon the chair, resting her elbows upon the hack, and regarding her mistress with a contemptuous look. Lalage continues to read. Lie. Tt in another climate, so he said. Bore a bright golden flower, but not I the soil. Pauses, turns over some leaves, and resumes. No lingering winters there, nor snow, nor shower, but ocean ever to refresh mankind breathes the shrill spirit of the western wind. Oh, beautiful! Most beautiful! How like to what my fevered soul doth dream of heaven. 0 Happy land. Pauses. She died. The maiden died. 0 Still more happy maiden who couldst die. Jacinta. Jacinta returns no answer, and Lalage presently resumes. Again. A similar tale told of a beauteous dame beyond the sea. Thus speaketh one Ferdinand in the words of the play. She died full young. One Bosola answers him, I think not so, her infelicity seemed to have years too many. Ah, luckless lady. Jacinta still no answer. Here's a far sterner story, but like, oh, very like in its despair of that Egyptian queen, winning so easily 1,000 hearts, losing at length her own. She died. Thus endeth the history, and her maids lean over her and weep, two gentle maids with gentle names, Iros and Charmianel, Rainbow and Dove. Jacinta Jac. Pettishly. Madam, what is it? Lie. Wilt thou, my good Jacinta, be so kind as go down in the library and bring me the holy evangelists? Jac. Shaw. Exit. Lie. If there be balm for the wounded spirit in Gilead, it is there. Dew in the night time of my bitter trouble will there be found, dew sweeter far than that which hangs like chains of pearl on Hermon Hill. Re-enter Jacinta, and throws a volume on the table. There, ma'am, s the book. Indeed she is very troublesome. Aside. Lie. Astonished. What didst thou say, Jacinta? Have I done aught to grieve thee or to vex thee? I am sorry. For thou hast served me long and ever been trustworthy and respectful. Resumes her reading. Jac. I can't believe she has any more jewels. No, she gave me all. Aside. Lie. What didst thou say, Jacinta? Now I bethink me thou hast not spoken lately of thy wedding. How faxes good Hugo? And when is it to be? Can I do aught? Is there no farther aid thou needest, Jacinta? Jac. Is there a no/flr/year aid? That's meant for me. Aside. I'm sure, madam, yon need not be always throwing those jewels in my teeth. Lie. Jewels. Jacinta, now indeed, Jacinta, I thought not of the jewels. Jac. Oh. Perhaps not I. But then I might have sworn it. After all, There's Hugo says the ring is only paste, for he's sure the Count Castiglione never would have given a real diamond to such as you, and at the best I'm certain, madam, you cannot have use for jewels now. But I might have sworn it. Exit. Lalage bursts into tears and leans her head upon the table. After a short pause raises it. Lie, poor Lalage. And is it come to this? Thy servant maid? But courage. 'Tis but a viper whom thou hast cherished to sting thee to the soul. Taking up the mirror. Ha! Here at least's a friend, too much a friend. In earlier days a friend will not deceive thee. Fair mirror and true. Now tell me, for thou canst, a tale, a pretty tale, and heed thou not though it be rife with woe. It answers me. It speaks of sunken eyes, and wasted cheeks, and beauty long deceased. Remembers me of joy departed, hope, the seraph hope, inurned and entombed. Now, in a tone low, sad, and solemn, but most audible. Whispers of early grave, untimely yawning for ruined maid. Fair mirror and true. Thou least not. Thou hast no end to gain, no heart to break. Castiglione lied who said he loved thou true, he false. 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 While she speaks, a monk enters her apartment and approaches. Unobserved. Monk, refuge thou hast, sweet daughter. In heaven. Think of eternal things. Give up thy soul to penitence, and pray. Lie. Arising hurriedly. I cannot pray. My soul is at war with God. The frightful sounds of merriment below disturb my senses. Go. I cannot pray. The sweet airs from the garden worry me. Thy presence grieves me. Go. Thy priestly raiment fills me with dread, thy ebony crucifix with horror and awe. Monk, think of thy precious soul. Lie. Think of my early days. Think of my father and mother in heaven. Think of our quiet home, and the rivulet that ran before the door. Think of my little sisters, I think of them. And think of me one, think of my trusting love and confidence, his vows my ruin, think of my unspeakable misery. Begone. Yet stay. Yet stay. What was it thou saidst of prayer and penitence? Didst thou not speak of faith and vows before the throne? Monk. I did. Lal, 'tis well. There is a vow where fitting should be made, a sacred vow, imperative and urgent, a solemn vow. Monk. Daughter, this zeal is well. Lal, father, this zeal is anything but well. Hast thou a crucifix fit for this thing? A crucifix whereon to register this sacred vow? He hands her his own backslash, not that, oh. No. 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 Shuddering. Not that. Not that. I tell thee, holy man. Thy raiments and thy ebony cross affright me. Stand back. I have a crucifix myself, I have a crucifix. Methinks 'twere fitting the deed, the vow, the symbol of the deed, and the deed's register should tally. Father. Draws a cross-handled dagger and raises it on high. Behold the cross wherewith a vow like mine is written in heaven. Monk. Thy words are madness, daughter. And speak a purpose unholy, thy lips are livid, thine eyes are wild, tempt not the wrath divine. Pause ere too late. Oh, be not rash. Swear not the oath, oh, swear it not. Lal, 'tis sworn. Ill an apartment in a palace. Politian and Baldazzar. Baldazzar. Arouse thee now, Politian. Thou must not reny, indeed, indeed, thou shalt not give way unto these humours. Be thyself. Shake off the idle fancies that beset thee, and live, for now thou deest. Scenes from Politian. Politian. Not so, Baldazzar, surely I live. Bal Politian, it doth grieve me to see thee thus. Paul, Baldazzar, it doth grieve me to give thee cause for grief, my honoured friend. Command me, sir. What wouldst thou have me do? At thy behest I will shake off that nature which from my forefathers I did inherit, which with my mother's milk I did imbibe, and be no more Politian, but some other. Command me, Sir 1 Bal, to the field then to the field to the Senate or the field. Paul, alas! Alas! There is an imp would follow me even there one there is an imp hath followed me even there. There is what voice was that? Bal, I heard it not. I heard not any voice except thine own. And the echo of thine own. Paul, then I but dreamed. Bal, give not thy soul to dreams, the camp the court befit thee fame awaits thee glory calls and her the trumpet tongue thou wilt not hear in hearkening to imaginary sounds. And phantom voices. Paul, a phantom voice I didst thou not hear it then? Bal, I heard it not. Paul, thou heardst it not. Baldassar, speak no more to me, Politian, of thy camps and courts. Oh! I am sick, 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 even unto death, of the hollow and high-sounding vanities of the populous earth. Bear with me yet a while. We have been boys together schoolfellows and now are friends yet shall not be so long for in the eternal city thou shalt do me a kind and gentle office, and a power august, benignant, and supreme shall then absolve thee of all farther duties unto thy friend. Bal, thou speakest a fearful riddle. I will not understand. Paul, yet now as fate approaches, and the hours are breathing low, the sands of time are changed to golden grains. And dazzle me, Baldassar. Alas! Alas! I cannot die, having within my heart so keen a relish for the beautiful as has been kindled within it. Methinks the air is balmier now than it was wont to be rich melodies are floating in the wines a rarer loveliness bedecks the earth and with a holier lustre the quiet moon sitteth in heaven. Hist! Hist! Thou canst not say thou hearest not now, Baldassar. Bal, indeed I hear not. Paul, not hear it? Listen now glisten. The faintest sound and yet the sweetest that ear ever heard. A lady's voice. And sorrow in the tone. Baldassar, it oppresses me like a spell. Again. Again. How solemnly it falls into my heart of hearts. That eloquent voice surely I never heard yet it were well had I but heard it with its thrilling tones in earlier days. Bal, I myself hear it now. Be still. The voice, if I mistake not greatly, proceeds from yonder lattice which you may see very plainly through the window it belongs, does it not? Unto this palace of the Duke. The singer is undoubtedly beneath the roof of his excellency and perhaps is even that Alessandra of whom he spoke as the betrothed of Castiglione, his son and heir. Pol be still. It comes again. Voice and is thy heart so strong, very faintly, as for to leave me thus who hath loved thee so long in wealth and woe among? And is thy heart so strong as for to leave me thus? Say nay I. Bal, the song is English, and I oft have heard it. In merry England never so plaintively hissed. Hissed. It comes again. Voice is it so strong more loudly, as for to leave me thus who hath loved thee so long, in wealth and woe among? And is thy heart so strong as for to leave me thus? Say nay. Bal 'tis hushed and all is still. Paul. All is still. Bal let us go down. Paul. Go down, Baldassar, go. Bal the hour is growing late the Duke awaits us, thy presence is expected in the hall below. What ails thee, Earl Politian? Voice who hath loved thee so long, distinctly. In wealth and woe among, and is thy heart so strong? Say nay. Bal let us descend. 'Tis time. Politian, give these fancies to the wind. Remember, pray, your bearing lately savoured much of rudeness unto the Duke. Arouse thee. And remember. Pol remember? I do. Lead on. Ito remember. Going. Let us descend. Believe me, I would give, freely would give, the broad lands of my earldom to look upon the face hidden by yon lattice to gaze upon that veiled face, and hear once more that silent tongue. Bal let me beg you, sir. Descend with me, the Duke may be offended. Let us go down, I pray you. Voice loudly. Say nay. Say nay. Pol aside. 'Tis strange. 'Tis very strange, methought the voice chimed in with my desires and bade me stay. Approaching the window. Sweet voice. I heed thee, and will surely stay. Now be this fancy, by heaven, or be it fate, still will I not descend. Baldassar, make apology unto the Duke for me, I go not down tonight. Bal your lordship's pleasure shall be attended to. Good night, Politian. Paul, good night, my friend, good night. For the gardens of a palace moonlight. Lalage and Politian. Lalage. And dost thou speak of love to me, Politian? Dost thou speak of love to Lalage? Ah, woe! Ah, woe is me! This mockery is most cruel indeed. Politian, weep not. Oh, sob not thus. Thy bitter tears will madden me. Oh, mourn not, Lalage, be comforted. I know it all, and still I speak of love. Look at me, brightest, and beautiful Lalage. Turn here thine eyes. Thou askest me if I could speak of love, knowing what I know, and seeing what I have seen. Thou askest me that, and thus I answer thee, thus on my bended knee I answer thee. Kneeling, sweet Lalage, I love thee, love thee, love thee, through good and ill, through will and woe I love thee. Not mother, with her firstborn on her knee, thrills with intenser love than I for thee. Not on God's altar, in any time or clime, burned there a holier fire than burneth now within my spirit for thee. And do I love? Arising, even for thy woes I love thee, even for thy woes, thy beauty and thy woes. Lie, alas, proud Earl, thou dost forget thyself, remembering me. How, in thy father's halls, among the maidens pure and reproachless of thy princely line, could the dishonoured Lalage abide? Thy wife, and with a tainted memory my seared and blighted name, how would it tally with the ancestral honours of thy house, and with thy glory? Paul, speak not to me of glory. I hate, loathe the name. I do abhor the unsatisfactory and ideal thing. Art thou not Lalage and I Politian? Do I not love, art thou not beautiful? Scenes from Politian, what need we more? Ha! Glory! Now speak not of it. By all I hold most sacred and most solemn, by all my wishes now, my fears hereafter, by all I scorn on earth and hope in heaven, there is no deed I would more glory in than in thy cause to scoff at this same glory and trample it underfoot. What matters it, my fairest, and my best? That we go down unhonoured and forgotten into the dust, so we descend together? Descend together, and then perchance, Lal, why dost thou pause, Politian? Paul, and then perchance arise together, Lalage, and roam the starry and quiet dwellings of the blessed, and still lie, why dost thou pause, Politian? Paul. And still together lie. Now, Earl of Leicester, thou lovest me, and in my heart of hearts I feel thou lovest me truly. Polo, Lalage. Throwing himself upon his knee. And lovest thou me? Lie. Hist. Hush. Within the gloom of yonder trees methought a figure passed, a spectral figure, solemn, and slow, and noiseless like the grim shadow Conscience, solemn and noiseless. Walks across and returns. I was mistaken, 'twas but a giant bough stirred by the autumn wind. Politian. Paul. My Lalage, my love. Why art thou moved? Why dost thou turn so pale? Not Conscience self. Far less a shadow which thou likenest to it, should shake the firm spirit thus. But the night wind is chilly, and these melancholy boughs throw over all things a gloom. Lie. Politian. Thou speakest to me of love. Knowest thou the land with which all tongues are busy, 2 liters land new found, miraculously found by one of Genoa, 1,000 leagues within the golden west? A fairy land of flowers, and fruit, and sunshine, and crystal lakes, and overarching forests, and mountains, around whose towering summits the winds of heaven untrammeled flow, which air to breathe is happiness now, and will be freedom hereafter in days that are to come? Paul, oh, wilt thou fly to that paradise, my Lalage, wilt thou fly thither with me? There care shall be forgotten, and sorrow shall be no more, and eros be all. And life shall then be mine, for I will live for thee, and in thine eyes, and thou shalt be no more a mourner, but the radiant joys shall wait upon thee, and the angel hope attend thee ever, and I will kneel to thee, and worship thee, and call thee my beloved. My all, oh, wilt thou, Lalage, fly thither with me? Lie. A deed is to be done. Castiglione lives? Paul. And he shall die. Exit. Lie, after a pause. And he shall die? Alas! Castiglione die? Who spoke the words? Where am I? What is it he said? Polichinelle, thou art not gone, age Polician. I feel thou art not gone, yet dare not look. Lest I behold thee not, thou couldst not go with those words upon thy lips. Oh, speak to me. And let me hear thy voice, one word, to say thou art not gone, one little sentence, to say how thou dost scorn, how thou dost hate my womanly weakness. Hal ha! Thou art not gone, oh, speak to me. I knew thou wouldst not go. I knew thou wouldst not, couldst not, durst not go. Villain, thou art not gone, thou meekest me. And thus I clutch thee thus? He is gone, gone. Where am I? 'Tis well, 'tis very well. So that the blade be keen, the blow be sure, 'tis well, 'tis very well. Alazal, alas. The suburbs. Polician alone. Polician. This weakness grows upon me. I am faint, and much I fear me ill. It will not do to die ere I have lived. Stay thy hand, O Azrael, yet a while, one prince of the powers of darkness and the tomb. Zero, pity me. Oh, pity me. Let me not perish now, in the budding of my paradisal hope. Give me to live yet a little while. 'Tis I who pray for life, I who so late demanded but to die. What saith the Count? Enter Baldassar, that, knowing no cause of quarrel or of feud between the Earl Polician and himself, he doth decline your cartel. Paul, what didst thou say? What answer was it you brought me, good Baldassar? With what excessive fragrance the zephyr comes laden from yonder bowers! A fairer or one more worthy Italy, methinks no mortal eyes have seen. What said the Count? That he, Castiglione, not being aware of any feud existing, or any cause of quarrel between your lordship and himself, cannot accept the challenge. Paul, it is most true, all this is very true. When saw you, sir, when saw you now, Baldassar, in the frigid ungenial Britain which we left so lately, a heaven so calm as this, so utterly free from the evil taint of clouds? And he did say? No more, my lord, than I have told you, sir. The Count Castiglione will not fight, having no cause for quarrel. Paul, now this is true, all very true. Thou art my friend, Baldassar, and I have not forgotten it. Thou lt do me a piece of service. Wilt thou go back and say unto this man, that I, the Earl of Leicester, hold him a villain? Thus much, I pry thee, say unto the Count, it is exceeding just he should have cause for quarrel. My lord. My friend. Paul, aside. 'Tis he comes himself. Aloud. Thou reasonest well. I know what thou wouldst say, not send the message. Well, I will think of it, I will not send it. Now pry thee, leave me hither. Doth come a person with whom affairs of a most private nature I would adjust. I go tomorrow, we meet, do we not? At the Vatican. Paul, at the Vatican. Enter Castiglione. The Earl of Leicester here. Paul, I am the Earl of Leicester, and thou seest, dost thou not, that I am here? My lord, some strange, some singular mistake, misunderstanding hath without doubt arisen. Thou hast been urged thereby, in heat of anger, to address some words most unaccountable, in writing, to me, Castiglione, the bearer being Baldassar, Duke of Surrey. I am aware of nothing which might warrant thee in this thing. Having given thee no offence. Ha! Am I right? 'Twas a mistake? Undoubtedly we all do err at times. Paul, draw, villain, and prate no more. Ha! Draw. And villain? Have at thee then at once. Proud Earl. Paul, drawing. Thus to the expiatory tomb, untimely sepulchre, I do devote thee in the name of Lalage. Ca. Letting fall his sword and recoiling to the extremity of the stage. Of Lalage. Hold off thy sacred band. Avaunt, I say. Avaunt, will not fight thee, indeed I dare not. Paul, thou wilt not fight with me, didst say, Sir Count? Shall I be baffled thus? Now this is well. Didst say thou darest not? Ha! Ca! I dare not hold off thy hand with that beloved name so fresh upon thy lips. I will not fight thee, I cannot, dare not. Pol no be my halidum, I do believe thee. Coward, I do believe thee. Ca! Ha! Coward! This may not be. Clutches his sword and staggers toward Politian, but his purpose is changed before reaching him, and he falls upon his knee at the feet of the Earl. Alas! My lord! It is most true. In such a cause I am the veriest coward. Oh, pity me. Pol greatly softened. Alas! I do indeed, I pity thee. Ca! And Lalage, Pol scoundrel. Arise and die. Ca! It needeth not be thus, oh, let me die thus on my bended knee. It were most fitting that in this deep humiliation I perish. For in the fight I will not raise a hand against thee, Earl of Leicester. Strike thou home, bearing his bosom. Here is no let or hindrance to thy weapon, strike home. I will not fight thee. Paul. Now is death and hell. Am I not sorely grievously tempted to take thee at thy word? But mark me, sir, think not to fly me thus. Do thou prepare for public insults in the streets before the eyes of the citizens. Ill follow thee like an avenging spirit, 111 follow thee even unto death. Before those whom thou lovest, before all Rome, 111 taunt thee, villain, 111 taunt thee, dost hear? With cowardice thou wilt not fight me? Thou least. Thou shalt. Exit. Ca. Now this indeed is just. Most righteous, and most just, avenging heaven. Poems written in youth. Sonnet to Science. True daughter of old time thou art, who alterest all things with thy peering eyes. Why preyest thou thus upon the poet's heart, vulture, whose wings are dull realities? How should he love thee? Or how deem thee wise? Who wouldst not leave him in his wandering, to seek for treasure in the jeweled skies? Albeit he soared with an undaunted wing? Hast thou not dragged Diana from her car? And driven the Hamadryad from the wood to seek a shelter in some happier star? Hast thou not torn the Naiad from her flood, the elfin from the green grass, and from me, the summer dream beneath the tamarind tree? Al Araf 2 Part I nothing earthly save the ray, thrown back from flowers, of beauty's eye, as in those gardens where the day springs from the gems of circassiol. Nothing earthly save the thrill of melody in woodland rill, or, music of the passion-hearted. One private reason, some of which have reference to the sin of plagiarism, and others to the date of Tennyson's first poems, have induced me, after some hesitation, to republish these, the crude compositions of my earliest boyhood. They are printed verbatim, without alteration from the original edition, the date of which is too remote to be judiciously acknowledged. EAP2A*W, discovered by Tycho Brahe, which appeared suddenly in the heavens, attained in a few days a brilliancy surpassing that of Jupiter, then as suddenly disappeared, and has never been seen since. 99*. Joy's voice so peacefully departed that, like the murmur in the shell, its echo dwelleth and will dwell nothing of the dross of ours, yet all the beauty, all the flowers that list our love, and deck our bowers adorn yon world afar, afar the wandering star. 'Twas a sweet time for Nice as for there her world lay lolling on the golden air. Near for bright suns a temporary rest an oasis in desert of the blessed. Away away mid sea of rays that roll empyrean splendor o'er th unchained soul the soul that scarce, the billows are so dense, can struggle to its destined eminence to distant spheres, from time to time, she rode. And late to ours, the favored one of God but, now, the ruler of an anchored realm. She throws aside the scepter leaves the helm, and, amid incense and high spiritual hymns, laves in quadruple light her angel limbs. Now happiest, loveliest in yon lovely earth, whence sprang the idea of beauty into birth, falling in wreaths through many a startled star, like woman's hair mid pearls, until, afar, it lit on hills Achaean, and there dwelt. She looked into infinity and knelt. Rich clouds, for canopies, about her curled fit emblems of the model of her world seen but in beauty not impeding sight of other beauty glittering through the light a wreath that twined each starry form around, and all the opal air in color bound. All hurriedly she knelt upon a bed of flowers, of lilies such as reared the head on the fair Capo Ducato, and sprang so eagerly around about to hang upon the flying footsteps of deep pride on Santa Mora Olim Ducadia. Of her who loved the immortal and so died. The cephalica, budding with young bees, upreared its purple stem around her knees. And gemmy flower, of Trebizond misnamed inmate of highest stars, where erst it shammed all other loveliness, its honeyed dew, the fabled nectar that the heathen knew. Deliriously sweet, was dropped from heaven, and fell on gardens of the unforgiven in Trebizond and on a sunny flower so like its own above that, to this hour, it still remaineth, torturing the bee with madness, and unwonted reverie, in heaven, and all its environs, the leaf and blossom of the fairy plant, in grief disconsolate linger grief that hangs her head, repenting follies that full long have fled. Heaving her white breast to the balmy air, like guilty beauty, chastened and more fair, nicked and thus too, as sacred as the light she fears to perfume, perfuming the night, registered trademark and Clytia pondering between many a sun, while pettish tears adown her petals run, and that aspiring flower that sprang on earth and died, ere scarce exalted into birth, bursting its odorous heart in spirit to wing its way to heaven, from garden of a king, registered trademark and Velicenarian lotus thither flown from struggling with the waters of the Rhone, registered trademark and thy most lovely purple perfume, Xanth. I Solidoro. Fier de Levant. 1 Sappho. 2 This flower is much noticed by Leeuwenhoek and Tumafort. The bee feeding upon its blossom becomes intoxicated. 3 Clytia the Chrysanthemum peruvianum, or, to employ a better known term, the tumsal which turns continually toward the sun, covers itself, like Peru, the country from which it comes, with dewy clouds which cool and refresh its flowers during the most violent heat of the day b'slp air. There is cultivated in the King's Garden at Paris, a species of serpentine aloes without prickles, whose large and beautiful flower exhales a strong odor of the vanilla, during the time of its expansion, which is very short. It does not blow till toward the month of July. You then perceive it gradually open its petals, expand them, fade and die. Slp air. 5 There is found, in the Rhone, a beautiful hly of the Velicenarian kind. Its stem will stretch to the length of 3 or 4 feet, thus preserving its head above water in the swellings of the river. The hyacinth. And the Nelumbo bud that floats forever with Indian Cupid down the holy river, fair flowers, and fairy, to whose care is given to bear the goddess song, in odors, up to heaven, spirit, that dwellest where? In the deep sky, the terrible and fair in beauty vie. Beyond the line of blue the boundary of the star which turneth at the view of thy barrier, and thy bar of the barrier overgone by the comets who were cast from their pride and from their throne. To be drudges till the last, to be carriers of fire, the red fire of their heart, with speed that may not tire and with pain that shall not part, who livest that we know in eternity we feel but the shadow of whose brow. What spirit shall reveal? Though the beings whom thy knee sass, thy messenger hath known have dreamed for thy infinity registered trademark a model of their own one. It is a fiction of the Indians that Cupid was first seen floating in one of these down the river Ganges, and that he loves the cradle of his childhood. 2. And golden vials full of odors, which are the prayers of the saints. Reverend St. John. 3. The humanitarians held that God was to be understood as having really a human form. Bidey Clark's Sermon, Vol. I, page 26, FOL edit. The drift of Milton's argument leads him to employ language which would appear, at first sight, to verge upon their doctrine, but it will be seen immediately that he guards himself against the charge of having adopted one of the most ignorant errors of the dark ages of the Church. Dr. Sumner's Notes on Man's Christian Doctrine. This opinion, in spite of many testimonies to the contrary, could never have been very general. Angus, a Syrian of Mesopotamia, was condemned for the opinion as heretical. He lived in the beginning of the 4th century. His disciples were called anthropomorphites. Bidey Dupin. Among Milton's minor poems are these lines: Dicit sacrorum presides nemorum dia, and si quis il primus cujus ex imagine natura solars finxit humanum genus. Thy will is done, O God. The star hath ridden high through many a tempest, but she rode beneath thy burning eye, and here, in thought, to thee in thought that can alone ascend thy empire, and so be a partner of thy throne by winged fantasy, my embassy is given. Till secrecy shall knowledge be in the environs of heaven. She sees thee and buried then her burning cheek abashed thee, amid the lilies there, to seek a shelter from the fervor of his eye, for the stars trembled at the deity. She stirred thee not, breathed thee not, for a voice was there how solemnly pervading the calm air. A sound of silence on the startled ear which dreamy poets name the music of the sphere. Ours is a world of words, quiet we call silence which is the merest word of all. All nature speaks, and even ideal things flap shadowy sounds from visionary wings, but not so when, thus, in realms on high the eternal voice of God is passing by, and the red wines are withering in the sky. Registered trademark. What though in worlds which sightless cycles run, linked thee to a little system, and one sun? Where all my love is folly and the crowd still think my terrors but the thunder cloud, the storm, the earthquake, and the ocean wrath, will they cross me in my angrier path? It muse, corruptus, equivus polo, t janusc et universis exemplar dei. And afterward, non cui profundumcitas lumen didit Dircius augur vidit hunc alto sinu, and c asterisk seltsam and toctor jovisanum shaskinda der fantasc goschk. Registered trademark s itlus 2 snabby to be seen. $G. What though in worlds which own a single sun the sands of time grow dimmer as they run, yet thine is my resplendency, so given to bear my secrets through the upper heaven. Leave tenantless thy crystal home, and fly, with all thy train, athwart the moony sky apart like fireflies in Sicilian night, and wing to other worlds another light. Divulge the secrets of thy embassy to the proud orbs that twinkle, and so be to every heart a barrier and a ban. Lest the stars totter in the guilt of man. Up rose the maiden in the yellow night. The single-mooned eve. On earth we plight our faith to one love, and one moon adore, the birthplace of young beauty had no more. As sprang that yellow star from downy hours, up rose the maiden from her shrine of flowers, and bent o'er sheeny mountain and dim plain her way, but left not yet her Theras shone reign. Part 2. High on a mountain of enamelled head, such as the drowsy shepherd on his bed of giant pasturage lying at his ease, raising his heavy eyelid, starts and sees with many a muttered hope to be forgiven what time the moon is quadrate in heaven of rosy head, that towering far away into the sunlit ether, caught the ray of sunken suns at eve at noon of night. While the moon danked with the fair stranger light, upreared upon such height arose a pile of gorgeous columns on unburthened air, flashing from Parian marble that twin smile far down upon the wave that sparkled there, and nursled the young mountain in its lair. One have often noticed a peculiar movement of the fireflies, they will collect in a body and fly off, from a common center, into innumerable radii. To Thrace, or Thracia, the island mentioned by Seneca, which, in a moment, arose from the sea to the eyes of astonished mariners. Of molten stars their pavement, such as fall through the ebon air, besilvering the pall of their own dissolution, while they die adorning then the dwellings of the sky. A dome, by linked light from heaven let down, sat gently on these columns as a crown a window of one circular diamond, there, looked ye out above into the purple air, and rays from God shot down that meteor chain and hallowed ye all the beauty twice again. Save when, between Empyrean and that ring, some eager spirit flapped ye his dusky wing. But on the pillars seraph eyes have seen the dimness of this world, that greyish green that nature loves the best for beauty's grave lurked ye in each cornice, round each architrave and every sculptured cherub thereabout. That from his marble dwelling peered out, seemed earthly in the shadow of his Nichicaean statues in a world so rich. Friezes from Tadmor and Persepolis from Baalbek, and the stilly, clear abyss of beautiful Gomorrah. Oh! The wave is now upon thee but too late to save. Sound loves to revel in a summer night, witness the murmur of the grey twilight that stole upon the ear, in Araco, of many a wild stargazer long ago that stealeth ever on the ear of him who, musing, gazeth on the distance dim, one some star which, from the ruined roof of Shakti Olympus, by mischance, did fall. Milton. To Voltaire, in speaking of Persepolis, says, Je connais bien admiration tu inspirant ces minds mais un palais rige au pied d'un chêne des rochers stériles put il être un chef d'œuvre des arts. The wave. Eula Dagazi is the Turkish appellation, but, on its own shores, it is called Bahir Loth, or Almatana. There were undoubtedly more than 2 cities engulfed in the Dead Sea. In the valley of Siddim were 5 Adra, Zeboin, Zor, Sodom, and Gomorrah. Stephen of Byzantium mentions 8, and Strabo 13, engulfed, but the last is out of all reason. It is said Tacitus, Strabo, Josephus, Daniel of St. Saba, now, Mundrul, Troilo, Drvoslo, that after an excessive drought, the vestiges of columns, walls, etc., are seen above the surface. At any season, such remains may be discovered by looking down into the transparent lake, and at such distances as would argue the existence of many settlements in the space now usually by asphaltites. Araco Chaldea. And sees the darkness coming as a cloud, is not its form its voice most palpable and loud? But what is this? It cometh and it brings a music with it, 'tis the rush of wings, a pause and then a sweeping, falling strain. And Nisus is in her halls again. From the wild energy of wanton haste her cheeks were flushing, and her lips apart, and zone that clung around her gentle waist had burst beneath the heaving of her heart. Within the center of that hall to breathe she paused and panted, Xanth. All beneath the fairy light that kissed her golden hair and longed to rest, yet could but sparkle there. One young flowers were whispering in melody to happy flowers that night, and tree to tree, fountains were gushing music as they fell. In many a starlit grove, or moonlit dell, yet silence came upon material things, fair flowers, bright waterfalls, and angel wings, and sound alone that from the spirit sprang bore burthen to the charm the maiden sang, neath bluebell or streamer or tufted wild spray that keeps, from the dreamer, the moonbeam away, bright being slow that ponder, with half-closing eyes, on the stars, which your wonder hath drawn from the skies, till they glance through the shade, and come down to your brow like eyes of the maiden who calls on you, now arise. From your dreaming one have often thought I could distinctly hear the sound of the darkness as it stole over the horizon. 2 fairies use flowers for their charactery. Merry Wives of Windsor, in scripture is this passage, the sun shall not harm thee by day, nor the moon by night. It is perhaps not generally known that the moon, in Egypt, has the effect of producing blindness to those who sleep with the face exposed to its rays, to which circumstance the passage evidently alludes. In violet bowers, to duty beseeming these star-litten hours, and shake from your tresses encumbered with dew the breath of those kisses that cumber them too. Oh, how, without you, love, could angels be blessed? Those kisses of true love that lulled yet to rest. Up, shake from your wing each hindering thing, the dew of the night, it would weigh down your flight, and true love caresses, oh, leave them apart. They are light on the tresses, but lead on the heart. Ligeia, Ligeia, my beautiful one, whose harshest idea will to melody run, oh, is it thy will on the breezes to toss? Or, capriciously still, like the lone albatross, incumbent on night, as she on the air, to keep watch with delight on the harmony there? Ligeia, wherever thy image may be, no magic shall sever thy music from thee. Thou hast bound many eyes in a dreamy sleep, but the strains still arise which thy vigilance keep the sound of the rain. The albatross is said to sleep on the wing, which leaps down to the flower, and dances again in the rhythm of the shower. The murmur that springs from the growing of grass are the music of things, but are modaled, alas. Away, then, my dearest, oh, hie thee away to springs that lie clearest beneath the moon ray. To lone lake that smiles, in its dream of deep rest, at the many star isles that injewel its breast, where wild flowers, creeping, have mingled their shade. On its margin is sleeping full many a maid, some have left the cool glade, and two have slept with the bee. Arouse them, my maiden. On moorland and lea go. Breathe on their slumber, all softly in ear, the musical number they slumbered to hear. For what can awaken an angel so soon, whose sleep hath been taken beneath the cold moon, as the spell which no slumber of witchery may test? One met with this idea in an old English tale, which I am now unable to obtain, and quote from memory. The very essence and, as it were, springe-heed and origine of all music is the very pleasant sound which the trees of the forest do make when they grow. 2. The wild bee will not sleep in the shade if there be moonlight. The rhyme in this verse, as in one about 60 lines before, has an appearance of affectation. It is, however, imitated from Sir W. Scott, or rather from Claude Halcrow, in whose mouth I admired its effect. Oh, I were there an island, though ever so wild, where woman might smile, and no man be beguiled, etc. The rhythmical number which lured him to rest. Spirits in wing, and angels to the view, 8,000 seraphs burst empyrean through, young dreams still hovering on their drowsy flight. Seraphs in all but knowledge, the keen light that fell, refracted, through thy bounds, afar, O death, from eye of God upon that star. Sweet was that error, sweeter still that death, sweet was that error, even with us the breath of science dims the mirror of our joy. To them 'twere the summum and would destroy, for what, to them, availeth it to know that truth is falsehood, or that bliss is woe? Sweet was their death, with them to die was rife with the last ecstasy of satiate life. Beyond that death no immortality, but sleep that pondereth is not to be, and there, oh, may my weary spirit dwell apart from heaven's eternity, and yet how far from hell! What guilty spirit, in what shrubbery dim, heard not the stirring summons of that hymn? But too, they fell, for heaven no grace imparts to those who hear not for their beating hearts. A maiden angel and her seraph lover, oh, where, and ye may seek the wide skies over, was love, the blind, near sober duty known. Unguided love hath fallen mid tears of perfect moan. With the Arabians there is a medium between heaven and hell, where men suffer no punishment, but yet do not attain that tranquil and even happiness which they suppose to be characteristic of heavenly enjoyment. Un no rompido sueño un dia puro alegre libre quiro libre de amor de zelo de odio de esperanza de resolo. Ponce de Leon. Sorrow is not excluded from Al-Araf, but it is that sorrow which the living love to cheer for the dead, and which, in some minds, resembles the delirium of opium. The passionate excitement of love and the buoyancy of spirit attendant upon intoxication are its less holy pleasures, the price of which, to those souls who make choice of Al-Araf as their residence after life, is final death and annihilation. 2. There be tears of perfect moan wept for thee in Helicon. Milton. He was a goodly spirit he who fell, a wanderer by mossy mantled well, a gazer on the lights that shine above, a dreamer in the moonbeam by his love, what wonder? For each star is I like there, and looks so sweetly down on beauty's hair, and they, and every mossy spring were holy to his love-haunted heart and melancholy. The knight had found, to him a night of woe, upon a mountain crag, young Angelo beetling it bends athwart the solemn sky, and scowls on starry worlds that down beneath it lie. Here sat he with his love, his dark eye bent with eagle gaze along the firmament, now turned he it upon her, but ever then it trembled to the orb of earth again. 10th, dearest, seal how dim that ray, how lovely 'tis to look so far away. She seemed not thus upon that autumn eve I left her gorgeous halls, nor mourned to leave. That eve I should remember well, the sun ray dropped in Lemnos, with a spell on arabesque carving of a gilded hall wherein I sat, and on the draperied wall and on my eyelids the heavy light. How drowsily it weighed them into night! On flowers, before, and mist, and love they ran with Persian Saadi in his Gulistan, but zero, that light. Slumbered death, the while, stole o'er my senses in that lovely isle so softly that no single silken hair awoke that slept or knew that he was there. The last spot of earth's orb I trod upon was a proud temple called the Parthenon. More beauty clung around her columned wall than ever, and thy glowing bosom beats withal, and when old time my wing did disenthrall, then sprang I as the eagle from his tower. It was entire in 1687, the most elevated spot in Athens, shadowing more beauty in their airy brows than have the white breasts of the Queen of Loaf Marlow. And years I left behind me in an hour. What time upon her airy bounds I hung, one half the garden of her globe was flung, unrolling as a chart unto my view tenantless cities of the desert too. Length, beauty crowded on me then, and half I wish am to be again of men. My Angelo, and why of them to be? A brighter dwelling place is here for thee, and greener fields than in yon world above, and woman's loveliness and passionate love. But, list, Length, when the air so soft failed as my pen and spirit leapt aloft. Perhaps my brain grew dizzy, but the world I left so late was into chaos hurled. Sprang from her station, on the winds apart, and rolled aflame, the fiery heaven athwart. Methought, my sweet one, then I ceased to soar, and fell not swiftly as I rose before, but with a downward, tremulous motion through light, brazen rays, this golden star unto. Nor long the measure of my falling hours. For nearest of all stars was thine to ours dread star. That came, amid a night of mirth, a red Daedalion on the timid earth. We came, and to thy earth, but not to us be given our Lady's bidding to discuss. We came, my love, around, above, below. A firefly of the night we come and go, nor ask a reason save the angel nod she grants to us, as granted by her God. But, Angelo, then thine grey time unfurled never his fairy wing o'er fairer world. Dim was its little disk, and angel eyes alone could see the phantom in the skies. When first a one Araph knew her course to be headlong thitherward o'er the starry sea, but when its glory swelled upon the sky, as glowing beauties bust beneath man's eye, pennon for opinion. Mut and en. We paused before the heritage of men, and thy star trembled as doth beauty then. Thus, in discourse, the lovers whiled away the night that waned and brought no day. They fell, for heaven to them no hope imparts who hear not for the beating of their hearts. To the river, fair river, I in thy bright, clear flow of crystal, wandering water, thou art an emblem of the glow of beauty, the unhidden heart, the playful maziness of art. In old Alberto's daughter, but when within thy wave she looks which glistens then, and trembles, why, then, the prettiest of brooks her worshipper resembles, for in his heart, as in thy stream, her image deeply lies, his heart which trembles at the beam of her soul-searching eyes. Tamerlane, kind solace in a dying hour, I such, Father, is not, now, my theme. I will not madly deem that power of earth may shrive me of the sin unearthly pride that revelled in. I have no time to dote or dream. You call it hope, that fire of firel, it is but agony of desire. If I can hope, O God, I can, its fount is holier, more divine. I would not call thee fool, old man, but such is not a gift of thine. Know thou the secret of a spirit bowed from its wild pride into shame. O yearning heart! I did inherit thy withering portion with the fame, the searing glory which hath shone amid the jewels of my throne, halo of hell. And with a pain not hell shall make me fear again. Zero craving heart, for the lost flowers and sunshine of my summer hours. The undying voice of that dead time, with its interminable chime, rings, in the spirit of a spell. Upon thy emptiness a knell. One have not always been as now, the fevered diadem on my brow I claim thee, and one usurpingly hath not the same fierce heirdom given Rome to the Caesar this to me. The heritage of a kingly mind. And a proud spirit which hath striven triumphantly with humankind. On mountain soil I first drew life, the mists of the Taglay have shed nightly their dews upon my head, and I believe, the wing strife and tumult of the headlong air have nestled in my very hair. So late from heaven that dew it fell, mid dreams of an unholy night, upon me with the touch of hell, while the red flashing of the light from clouds that hung, like banners, o'er, appeared to my half-closing eye the pageantry of monarchy, and the deep trumpet thunder's roar came hurriedly upon me, telling of human battle, where my voice, my own voice, silly child, was swelling. Oh, how my spirit would rejoice and leap within me at the cry, the battle cry of victory. The rain came down upon my head unsheltered, and the heavy wind rendered me mad and deaf and blind. It was but man, I thought, who shed laurels upon me, and the torrent of the chilly air gurgled within my ear the crush of empires with the captive's prayer, the hum of suitors and the tone of flattery round a sovereign's throne. My passions, from that hapless hour, usurped a tyranny which men have deemed since I have reached to power, my innate nature be it so, but, Father, there lived one who, then in my boyhood when their fire burned with a still intenser glow, for passion must, with youth, expire, and then who knew this iron heart in woman's weakness had a part. I have no words, alas, to tell the loveliness of loving well. Nor would I now attempt to trace the more than beauty of a face whose lineaments, upon my mind, are shadows on unstable wind. Thus I remember having dwelt some page of early lore upon, with loitering eye, till I have felt the letters with their meaning melt to fantasies with none. Oh, she was worthy of all love. Love, as in infancy, was mine, 'twas such as angel minds above might envy, her young heart the shrine on which my every hope and thought were incensed, then a goodly gift. For they were childish and upright, pure as her young example taught. Why did I leave it, and, adrift, trust to the fire within for light? We grew in age and love together, roaming the forest and the wild, my breast her shield in wintry weather. And when the friendly sunshine smiled and she would mark the opening skies, one saw no heaven but in her eyes. Young love's first lesson is the heart, for mid that sunshine and those smiles, when, from our little cares apart, and laughing at her girlish wiles, I'd throw me on her throbbing breast, and pour my spirit out in tears. There was no need to speak the rest, no need to quiet any fears of her who asked no reason why, but turned on me her quiet eye. Yet more than worthy of the love my spirit struggled with, and strove. When, on the mountain peak, alone, ambition lent it a new tone. I had no being, but in the world, and all it did contain, in the earth, the air, the sea, its joy, its little lot of pain, that was new pleasure, the ideal. Dim, vanities of dreams by night, and dimmer nothings which were real, shadows and a more shadowy light, parted upon their misty wings, and so, confusedly, became thine image and a name. Two separate yet most intimate things. I was ambitious. Have you known the passion, Father? You have not. Acataker, I marked a throne of half the world as all my own, and murmured at such lowly lot, but, just like any other dream, upon the vapor of the dew my own had passed, did not the beam of beauty which did while it through the minute, the hour, the day oppress my mind with double loveliness. We walked together on the crown of a high mountain which looked down afar from its proud natural towers of rock and forest on the hills, the dwindled hills, begirt with bowers and shouting with 1,000 rills. I spoke to her of power and pride. but mystically in such guise that she might deem it not beside the moment's converse. In her eyes I read, perhaps too carelessly, a mingled feeling with my own. The flush on her bright cheek to me seemed to become a queenly throne. Too well that I should let it be light in the wilderness alone. I wrapped myself in grandeur then, and donned a visionary crown, yet it was not that fantasy had thrown her mantle over me, but that, among the rabble men lion ambition is chained down, and crouches to a keeper's hand. Not so in deserts where the grand the wild the terrible conspire with their own breath to fan his fire. Look round thee now on Samarcand. Is she not queen of earth? Her pride above all cities. In her hand their destinies. In all beside of glory which the world hath known. Stands she not nobly and alone? Falling, her veriest stepping stone shall form the pedestal of a throne, and who her sovereign? Timur, he whom the astonished people saw striding o'er empires haughtily a diademed outlaw. O human love! Thou spirit given on earth of all we hope in heaven, which fallest into the soul like rain upon the Siroc withered plain, and, failing in thy power to bless, but leavest the heart a wilderness. Idea, which bindest life around with music of so strange a sound, and beauty of so wild a birth, farewell. For I have won the earth. When hope, the eagle that towered could see no cliff beyond him in the sky. His pinions were bent droopingly, and homeward turned his softened eye. 'Twas sunset, when the sun will part. There comes a sullenness of heart to him who still would look upon the glory of the summer sun. That soul will hate the evening mist, so often lovely, and will list to the sound of the coming darkness, known to those whose spirits hearken, as one who, in a dream of night, would fly, but cannot from a danger nigh. What though the moon, the white moon, shed all the splendor of her noon, her smile is chilly, and her beam, in that time of dreariness, will seem, so like you gather in your breath, a poor dream taken after death. And boyhood is a summer sun whose waning is the dreariest one, for all we live to know is known. And all we seek to keep hath flown. Let life, then, as the day flower, fall with the noonday beauty which is all. I reached my home no more, for all had flown who made it so. I passed from out its mossy door, and, though my tread was soft and low, a voice came from the threshold stone of one whom I had earlier known. Oh, I defy thee, hell, to show on beds of fire that burn below an humbler heart a deeper woe. Father, I firmly do believe I know for death who comes for me from regions of the blessed afar, where there is nothing to deceive, hath left his iron gate ajar, and rays of truth you cannot see are flashing through eternity. I do believe that Eblis hath a snare in every human path, else how, when in the holy grove I wandered of the idol Love, who daily scents his snowy wings with incense of burnt offerings from the most unpolluted things, whose pleasant bowers are yet so riven above with trilhusd rays from heaven, no mote may shun, no tiniest fly the lightning of his eagle eye. How was it that ambition crept unseen amid the revels there, till growing bold, he laughed and leapt in the tangles of love's very hair? To the bowers whereat, in dreams, I see the wantonest singing birds, our lips, and all thy melody of lip-begotten words. Thine eyes, in heaven of heart enshrined, then desolately fall, O God, on my funereal mind like starlight on a pall. Thy heart, wake and sigh, and sleep to dream till day of the truth that gold can never buy, of the baubles that it may. A dream in visions of the dark night I have dreamed of joy departed, but a waking dream of life and light hath left me broken hearted. Ah! What is not a dream by day to him whose eyes are cast on things around him, with a ray turned back upon the past? That holy dream, while all the world were chiding, hath cheered me as a lovely beam, a lonely spirit guiding. What though that light, through storm and night, so trembled from afar? What could there be more purely bright in truth's day star? Fairyland romance, who loves to nod and sing, with drowsy head and folded wing, among the green leaves as they shake far down within some shadowy lake. To me a painted paraquet hath been a most familiar bird, taught me my alphabet to say, to lisp my very earliest word. While in the wild wood I did lie, a child with a most knowing eye. Of late, eternal condor years so shake the very heaven on high with tumult as they thunder by, I have no time for idle cares through gazing on the unquiet sky. And when an hour with calmer wings its down upon my spirit flings that little time with lyre and rhyme to while away forbidden things, my heart would feel to be a crime unless it trembled with the strings. Fairyland dim vales and shadowy floods and cloudy looking woods, whose forms we can't discover for the tears that drip all over. Huge moons there wax and wane again every moment of the night, forever changing places, and they put out the starlight with the breath from their pale faces. About 12 by the moon dial, one more filmy than the rest, a kind which, upon trial, they have found to be the best. Comes down and down with its center on the crown J of a mountain's eminence, while its wide circumference in easy drapery falls over hamlets, over halls, wherever they may be, o'er the strange woods, o'er the sea, over spirits on the wing, over every drowsy thing, and buries them up quite in a labyrinth of light. And then, how deep, oh, deep, is the passion of their sleep. In the morning they arise, and their moony covering is soaring in the skies, with the tempests as they toss, like almost anything or a yellow albatross. They use that moon no more for the same end as before, videlicet a tent which I think extravagant, its atomies, however, into a shower dissever, of which those butterflies of earth, who seek the skies, and so come down again, never contented things, have brought a specimen upon their quivering wings. The lake too, in spring of youth it was my lot to haunt of the wide world a spot the which I could not love the less, so lovely was the loneliness of a wild lake, with black rock bound, and the tall pines that towered around. But when the night had thrown her pall upon that spot, as upon all, and the mystic wind went by murmuring in melody, then I would awake to the terror of the lone lake. Yet that terror was not fright, but a tremulous delight, a feeling not the jeweled mind could teach or bribe me to define, nor love, although the love were thine. Death was in that poisonous wave, and in its gulf a fitting grave for him who thence could solace bring to his lone imagining, whose solitary soul could make an Eden of that dim lake. Song, I saw thee on thy bridal day, when a burning blush came o'er thee, though happiness around thee lay, the world all love before thee, and in thine eye a kindling light, whatever it might be, was all on earth my aching sight of loveliness could see. That blush, perhaps, was maiden shame, as such it well may pass, though its glow hath raised a fiercer flame in the breast of him, alas, who saw thee on that bridal day, when that deep blush would come o'er thee, though happiness around thee lay, the world all love before thee. 1015. To MLS of all who hail thy presence as the morning of all, to whom thine absence is the night, the blotting utterly from out high heaven, the sacred Son of all who, weeping, bless thee hourly for hope, for life, above all, for the resurrection of deep buried faith in truth, in virtue, in humanity, of all who, on despair's unhallowed bed lying down to die, have suddenly arisen at thy soft murmured words, let there be light. At the soft murmured words that were fulfilled in the seraphic glancing of thine eyes. Of all who owe thee most, whose gratitude nearest resembles worship, remember the truest, the most fervently devoted, and think that those weak lines are written by him who, as he pens them, thrills to think his spirit is communing with an angel's. Spirits of the dead, thy soul shall find itself alone mid dark thoughts of the grey tombstone, not one, of all the crowd, to pry into thine hour of secrecy. Be silent in that solitude which is not loneliness, for then the spirits of the dead who stood in life before thee are again in death around thee, and their will shall overshadow thee. Be still. The night, though clear, shall frown, and the stars shall not look down from their high thrones in the heaven with light like hope to mortals given. Mrs. Marie-Louise Shue. But their red orbs, without beam, to thy weariness shall seem as a burning and a fever which would cling to thee forever. Now our thoughts thou shalt not banish, now our visions ne'er to vanish, from thy spirit shall they pass no more like dewdrops from the grass. The breeze, the breath of God, is still, and the mist upon the hill shadowy yet unbroken, is a symbol and a token, how it hangs upon the trees, a mystery of mysteries. To Helena Helen, thy beauty is to me like those Nicean barks of yore, that gently, o'er a perfumed sea, the weary, way-worn wanderer bore to his own native shore. On desperate seas long wont to roam. Thy hyacinth hair, thy classic face, thy Naiad airs have brought me home to the glory that was Greece and the grandeur that was Rome. Lo! in yon brilliant window niche how statue-like I see thee stand, I the agate lamp within thy hand, Alcyone, from the regions which are Holy Land. This poem is said to have been suggested by Mrs. Helen Staymard. Ed. Evening star 'twas noontide of summer, and mid-time of night, and stars, in their orbits, shone pale, through the light of the brighter, cold moon. Mid planets her slaves, herself in the heavens, her beam on the waves. I gazed a while on her cold smile, too cold for me there passed, as a shroud, of fleecy cloud, and I turned away to thee. Proud evening star, in thy glory afar and dearer thy beam shall be, for joy to my heart is the proud part thou bearest in heaven at night. And more I admire thy distant fire, than that colder, lowly light. The happiest I thank happiest day the happiest hour my seared and blighted heart hath known, the highest hope of pride and power, I feel hath flown. To a power? Said I. Yes. Such I ween, but they have vanished long, alas. The visions of my youth have been, but let them pass. Imitation 3 and pride, what have I now with thee? Another brow may even inherit the venom thou hast poured on me, be still my spirit. For the happiest day the happiest hour mine eyes shall see have ever seen, the brightest glance of pride and power I feel have been. But were that hope of pride and power now offered with the pain even then I felt that brightest hour I would not live again. 6 For on its wings was dark alloy, and as it fluttered fell an essence powerful to destroy a soul that knew it well. Imitation a dark unfathomed tide of interminable pride, a mystery, and a dream, should my early life seem. I say that dream was fraught with a wild and waking thought of beings that have been, which my spirit hath not seen, had I let them pass me by, with a dreaming eye. Let none of earth inherit that vision on my spirit, those thoughts I would control, as a spell upon his soul. For that bright hope at last and that light time have passed, and my worldly rest hath gone with a sigh as it passed on, I care not though it perish with a thought I then did cherish. Translation from the Greek hymn to Aristogiton and Harmodius. I wreathed in myrtle, my sword I'll conceal like those champions devoted and brave, when they plunged in the tyrant their steel, and to Athens deliverance gave. 2 Beloved heroes, your deathless souls roam in the joy-breathing isles of the blest, where the mighty of old have their home, where Achilles and Diomed rest. 3 In fresh myrtle my blade I'll entwine. Like Harmodius, the gallant and good, when he made at the tutelar shrine a libation of tyranny's blood. 4 Ye deliverers of Athens from shame. Ye avengers of liberty's wrongs. Endless ages shall cherish your fame, embalmed in their echoing songs. Dreams, oh! that my young life were a lasting dream. My spirit not awakening, till the beam of an eternity should bring the morrow. Yes. Though that long dream were of hopeless sorrow. In youth I have known one 'twere better than the cold reality of waking life, to him whose heart must be, and hath been still, upon the lovely earth, a chaos of deep passion, from his birth. But should it be that dream eternally continuing as dreams have been to me in my young boyhood, should it thus be given, 'twere folly still to hope for higher heaven. For I have revelled when the sun was bright the summer sky, in dreams of living light and loveliness have left my very heart inclines of my imaginary apart from mine own home, with beings that have been of mine own thought. What more dulled I have seen? 'Twas once and only once, and the wild hour from my remembrance shall not pass. Some power or spell had bound me, 'twas the chilly wind came o'er me in the night, and left behind its image on my spirit, or the moon shone on my slumbers in her lofty noon. Too coldly o'er the stars, howe'er it was that dream was as that night wind let it pass. I have been happy, though in a dream. I have been happy, and I love the theme, dreams. In their vivid coloring of life, as in that fleeting, shadowy, misty strife of semblance with reality which brings to the delirious eye, more lovely things of paradise and love and all my own, than young hope in his sunniest hour hath known. In youth I have known one how often we forget all time, when lone admiring nature's universal throne, her woods, her wilds, her mountains, the intense reply of hers to our intelligence. I one in youth I have known one with whom the earth in secret communing held as he with it. In climes of mine imagining apart, n. in daylight, and in beauty, from his birth, whose fervid, flickering torch of life was lit from the sun and stars, whence he had drawn forth a passionate light such for his spirit was fit, and yet that spirit knew not in the hour of its own fervor what had o'er it power. 2. Perhaps it may be that my mind is wrought to a fever by the moonbeam that hangs o'er, but I will half believe that wild light fraught with more of sovereignty than ancient lore hath ever told, or is it of a thought the unembodied essence, and no more, that with a quickening spell doth o'er us pass as dew of the night time, o'er the summer grass. 3. Doth o'er us pass, when, as expanding eye to the loved object, so the tear to the lid will start, which lately slept in apathy. And yet it need not be, that object, hid from us in life but common, which doth lie each hour before us, but then only bid with a strange sound, as of a harp string broken, to awake us. 'Tis a symbol and a token for of what in other worlds shall be and given in beauty by our God, to those alone who otherwise would fall from life and heaven, drawn by their heart's passion, and that tone, that high tone of the spirit which hath striven, though not with faith, with godliness, whose throne with desperate energy hath beaten down, wearing its own deep feeling as a crown. 1. Query fervor, ed. Apneani, how shall the burial rite be read? The solemn song be sung? The requiem for the loveliest dead, that ever died so young? 2. Her friends are gazing on her, and on her gaudy bier, and weep. Oh! to dishonor dead beauty with a tear. 3. They loved her for her wealth, and they hated her for her pride, but she grew in feeble health, and they love her that she died. 4. I hate, tell me, while they speak of her costly broidered pall, that my voice is growing weak, that I should not sing at all, or, that my tone should be tuned to such solemn song so mournfully, that the dead may feel no wrong. 6. But she is gone above, with young hope at her side, and I am drunk with love of the dead, who is my bride. 7. Of the dead who lies all perfumed there, with the death upon her eyes, and the life upon her hair. 8. Thus on the coffin loud and long I strike, the murmur sent through the grey chambers to my song shall be the accompaniment. 9. Thou diedst in thy life's June, but thou didst not die too fair, thou didst not die too soon, nor with too common air. From more than friends on earth, thy life and love are riven, to join the untainted mirth of more than thrones in heaven. 11. Therefore, to thee this night one will no requiem raise, but waft thee on thy flight, with a paean of old days. To Isidore I beneath the vine-clad eaves, whose shadows fall before thy lowly cottage door, under the lilac's tremulous leaves, within thy snowy clasped hand the purple flowers it bore. Last eve in dreams, I saw thee stand. To Isidore like queenly nymphs from fairyland, enchantress of the flowery wand, most beauteous Isidore. 2. And when I bade the dream upon thy spirit flee, thy violet eyes to me upturned, did overflowing seem with the deep, untold delight of love's serenity, thy classic brow, like lilies white and pale as the imperial night. Upon her throne, with stars bedight, enthralled my soul to thee. Ever I behold thy dreamy, passionate eyes. Blue as the languid skies hung with the sunset's fringe of gold, now strangely clear thine image grows. And olden memories are startled from their long repose, like shadows on the silent snows, when suddenly the night wind blows where quiet moonlight lies. 4. Like music heard in dreams, like strains of harps unknown, of birds forever flown, audible as the voice of streams that murmur in some leafy dell, I hear thy gentlest tone, and silence cometh with her spell, like that which on my tongue doth dwell, when tremulous in dreams I tell my love to thee alone. Be in every valley heard, floating from tree to tree, less beautiful to me, the music of the radiant bird, than artless accents such as thine, whose echoes never flee. Ah! how for thy sweet voice I pine, for uttered in thy tones benign, enchantress, this rude name of mine doth seem a melody. Alone from childhood's hour I have not been as others were, I have not seen as others saw, I could not bring my passions from a common spring. From the same source I have not taken my sorrow, I could not awaken my heart to joy at the same tone, and all I loved loved alone. Then in my childhood, in the dawn of a most stormy life, was drawn from every depth of good and ill the mystery which binds me still, from the torrent, or the fountain, from the red cliff of the mountain. From the sun that round me rolled in its autumn tint of gold, from the lightning in the sky as it passed me flying by, from the thunder and the storm, and the cloud that took the form, when the rest of heaven was blue, of a demon in my view. Edgar Allan Poe was born in Boston in 1809 and raised in Virginia. He attended schools in England, Scotland, and Virginia, and at the age of 21 was expelled from West Point. Poe's early work as a writer went unrecognized, and he was forced to earn his living on newspapers, working as an editor in Richmond, Philadelphia, and New York. Although he was respected as a literary critic, his poetry and short stories were neglected until the publication of The Raven and Other Poems in 1845. Poe's life and personality have attracted almost as much attention as his writings. The circumstances of his life were further complicated by the ill health of his young bride, his cousin Virginia Clemm. He died a few years after her in 1849.